Give me a thumbs up. Okay, we're going to call our meeting to order for Monday, June the 5th, 2023. And we're calling this meeting to order in honor of LGBTQ plus Pride Month. And we also have our flag here to celebrate LGBTQ plus. And with that, Madam Clerk, will you take roll, please?
Sure. Councilmember Lowing,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka, Mayor Ku,
Here.
Councilmember Vinker. Here. Councilmember Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Lifcott Haynes,
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
6 present. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. City Manager.
We have no changes, but I did want to note that on one of your consent calendar items, and actually I may need to ask the city clerk for help on which item it was. I think it's 11.
11.
That we had a modified staff recommendation on the second reading of your ordinance related to accessory dwelling units. So just wanted to call that to your attention.
Thank you, City Manager. And now we'll go to public comments on items that is not on tonight's agenda. Madam Clerk.
Our first speaker is Michael Mashak, followed by Mohan Gumalam.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Michael Mashak, and I'm standing here representing the Bay Area Urban Eagles. It's a nonprofit educational foundation dedicated to the education of disadvantaged youth in the primarily in the San Mateo area. One of our missions is as I say it, to educate young kids, present career opportunities for the older kids, the high school and college returnees. And then what I'm finding out that I'm doing is also educating our community on just what's going on at the airport and how it interacts with our community. As you probably are aware, there's been a little friction, but what I've found is that like with anything, the more you know, the more you really can understand. 3 weeks ago, there was an exercise in Palo Alto, and actually it was a statewide exercise. It's called Disaster Aviation Response Team. The thing that really is still sticking with me is that the mayor of East Palo Alto and the mayor of your city, Palo Alto, were together learning, doing the exercise, and actually had a really good time. They had an opportunity to talk, and I don't know what you guys talked about, but they took an 1.5-hour flight surveying the area. Again, it really struck with me that there's another opportunity for us just to collaborate and to commiserate and to communicate. I want to continue to see more of that. My program, if I can go back to Bay Area Urban Eagles, what we've done, and I'm going to give Andy Swanson some kudos because he's really been super there's a program that's supposed to be coming out, and we'd like to be a part of that. We want to be able to insert some of our youth. The kids don't know that they can do it unless they get the opportunity. So, and you also have what is it called? The yard, the work yard. There's an open house out there, and we're going to have some of our kids out there just so they can see exactly what's going on, some of the other opportunities. But again, I want to thank the city. I want to thank you, Mayor, for your support. I want to see a little bit more support if I can. And again, have a great rest of the day. And I know you guys have a long agenda, so I will. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mohan Gumalam, followed by Jaya Gumalam.
Hello, Mayor Ku and rest of the council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today. I really appreciate it. I've been a resident of Palo Alto for 12 years now. I actually moved in here in June of 2011, so it really marks the 12-year anniversary. We and a few of us are here today to talk about an issue that affects our community very strongly. We are here to talk about SB 403. It's a bill that was introduced by Senator Aisha Wahab of Fremont. We believe that this bill actually discriminates against minorities from South Asia and Africa. We would like to provide you with some information that will help you today with the facts of the bill. Our ask is very simple. We are asking the city of Palo Alto to put SB 403 topic on the agenda and hear from the community and pass a resolution against SB 403. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jaya Gumalam, followed by Mohit Thawani.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to come here and talk to all of you today. So I'd like to make some supportive statements, what my husband Mohan said earlier. One thing is, one question that comes to everybody's mind is, are there existing laws to protect against caste discrimination? The answer is an obvious yes. We as a community are against all types of discrimination, including caste discrimination. There are existing laws that provide remedy against caste discrimination. And I'll quickly make some 5 supporting statements. First, Senator Wahab in her bill agrees that existing laws cover caste discrimination. No additional laws are needed to protect against this. Second point, California is already litigating caste allegations under ancestry using the existing laws, which is the ongoing Cisco case. Third, factors associated with caste like birthplace, culture, descent, or language are all covered under national origin. Fourth, this law will create discriminatory category that exclusively applies to certain micro communities based on their ancestral origin, departing from well-established constitutional principles of facial neutrality and general applicability. And finally, the existing case law exists for addressing intra-community discrimination under broad facially neutral categories. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mohit Thawani, followed by Anil Rachakonda.
Thank you, council members. Again, in support of against SB 403, I just wanted to add a few more points for your consideration. This bill that's introduced is based on 2 data sets, and I'll tell you what those are. The first is a survey by a for-profit organization called Equality Labs. This survey was already thrown out by the courts. I would urge the council to look at a survey by Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, which called out the flaws in this survey. In this bill, as Jaya also just mentioned, is the famous Cisco case. Recently, if you're not aware, that case against the 2 Cisco employees was also thrown out by the courts. So our basic premise is existing laws cover discrimination, they're not needed, and the whole premise is based on false data sets. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Anil, followed by Hema Shukla.
Hello, hi, council. Thanks for your time. I'm Anil. I'm a resident of Palo Alto for the last 7 years. Continuing with my friend Mohit was making points, right? Why we strongly believe, against this bill, right? So, SB 403 denies South Asian Californians equal protection under the law. It specifically targets South Asians for disparate treatment on the basis of national origin, ethnicity, and ancestry. Ethnically profiles and codifies false negative claims about only select ethnic minorities. It imposes caste identities on South Asians who do not identify with a caste, including especially the second and third generation immigrants who have no association with the caste. It violates US Constitution and the legal principle of facial neutrality and general applicability. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hema Shukla, followed by Ramki Ramakrishnan.
Hi, I'm also here to oppose Bill SB 403. And I want to talk about how this bill associates certain lifestyle choices with being casteist, such as being vegetarian. Other ridiculous markers of casteist behavior in the bill includes last names and place of ancestry. This vague language paves path to arbitrary discrimination enforcement only against South Asians, especially against Hindus. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ramki, followed by Priya Bontu.
Yeah, respectful mayor and council members. I've been the resident of Palo Alto for more than 25 years, and I'm very familiar with how the council operates. What I want to talk about is the same thing about SB 403 and how it discriminates against South Asians. SB 403 law is still not applicable to all Californians, as 98% of the people will not know what caste is, including all our children. They have no idea about what caste system is. Hence, it continues to violate the 14th Amendment that guarantees equality for all of us, especially the South Asians. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Priya Bontu, followed by Shilpa Ranganath.
Hey everyone, it's really nice to meet you all. I'm Priya. I'm a resident of Palo Alto for 20 years now. I wanted to add a few points about why we think SB 403 should be condemned. Well, it's the definition of the term caste is it's an issue. It continues to be an issue. There is no universally accepted definition, and this bill now is saying that it's going to be the perceived status based on birth. And there are questions about whose status. Is it the mom? Is it the dad? It's an LGBTQ plus month. Who is defining the status, right? And it still is very ambiguous and subjective. Also, this could lead to a lot of profiling, and state defining what someone's caste is not something, I think it's not something we as Californians would agree with. So that's my point.
Our next speaker is Shilpa, followed by Haren Shah.
Good evening, respected panel members. I'm Shilpa Ranganath, a fellow Palo Alto resident for over a decade. Adding on to the discussion of SB 403, it says that the invasion of South Asian Californians' right to privacy and right to assemble. SB 403 problematizes the associational and marriage preferences of South Asians. The amended version of SB 403 merely substitutes endogamy with the conceptual framework of endogamy, a socially enforced restrictions on marriage, and continues to target the private, marital, and social interactions among South Asians. As a result of the implementation and enforcement of SB 403, it may require intrusive questions about marriage and socializing preferences being asked only to South Asians, with potentially prejudicial presumptions of bigotry and discrimination being made based on an individual South Asian Californian private and constitutionally protected preferences or choices. Notably, under existing California law, it is illegal in the employment and housing sector for an employer or a landlord to ask about individuals' marital status. The implementation of SB 403 would effectively conflict with the current protections under the California law. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Haren, followed by Vishnu Yella.
Hello. So I'm here supporting the earlier statements made by my colleagues. SB 403 is actually not the only option that you have to address this probable cause of discrimination without singling out or scapegoating a particular community.
For example, there can be clarification of the ancestry. And then the investigative agencies that are tasked to look into it can look at the ancestry. What can this alternative legislation of ancestry entail? Well, you can include birthplace, heritage, culture, language, dress, and other factors. Most importantly, all these factors are facially neutral and constitutional. There can be public education campaigns to ensure awareness of protected rights and recourse. And finally, let us allow the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing case versus Cisco, which was earlier referred to. Let us allow that to establish a case law that caste is already covered under ancestry, ethnicity, and national origin. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vishnu, followed by Ronnie Fisher.
Respected City of Palo Alto Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Vishnu Yalu. I'm 13-year resident of Palo Alto. It is discriminatory by the American Constitution to attempt to create laws only for a group of people who originate from one particular region or religion, and solely based on colonial trope, dog whistles, and covert and overt hatred and biases. In short, there is no need to this bill. It denies Hindus in California equal protection under the law, denies them due process of law, denies their right to privacy and right to assemble. Thank you for listening to us.
Our next speaker is Ronnie Fisher, followed by Aram James.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. My name is Ronnie Fisher. I am a volunteer with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. This is the dark-eyed junco. They are common and widespread in North America and can vary in color based on location. The images on the right show the common coloring seen on dark-eyed juncos near us. As migratory birds, they spend their winters in the south and their spring and summers further north. But they can be found here year-round. Dark-eyed juncos nest in the spring, beginning in April. They use a special technique to feed on grass seeds, in which they land at the top of a long strand of grass, and ride it down to the ground where they can easily access the seeds at the tip. Next slide, please. There you can see the various colorings depending on location. Next slide, please. This map from eBird shows the annual migration of dark-eyed juncos. Looking at the indicator on the right, you can see that they spend their winters south in the contiguous US and northern Mexico. In spring, dark-eyed juncos move north. Alaska. There are a few small year-round populations indicated here along the southern coasts of Canada in the western US and western North Carolina and Virginia. Next slide, please. Despite being common now, they are threatened by climate change and other hazards, including roaming cats. This map from the Audubon Society shows the predicted effects of an increase of 3 degrees Celsius on the range of dark-eyed juncos, with range lost indicated in red. 52% of their range could be lost under these conditions. Since dark-eyed juncos prefer to forage on the ground, they are easy prey for cats. Furthermore, these birds are drawn to suburban areas by birdseed feeders, so they are even more likely to encounter cats in their daily lives. Growing populations of free-roaming cats could have increasingly harmful effects on dark-eyed junco populations, especially if people continue to support and implement methods like trap, neuter, release, TNR, that involve turning more and more cats loose into the environment. Dark-eyed juncos are essential to their ecosystem because they help disperse seeds and manage insect populations. Without them, the ecosystem would be thrown out of balance, which would cause problems for all of life within it. Let's do what we can to protect dark-eyed juncos by protecting the release of feral cats in our city. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Aram James, followed by Aline McLaughlin.
Okay, I didn't intend to speak on SB 403 tonight, but I have to tell you my first instinct, having read Caste, The Origins of Our Discontent by Pulitzer Prize winner Isabel Wilkerson, and now having in my hand a book by a intellectual Dalit. Dalits used to be called untouchables. There's 300, I'm told 300 million Dalits in India. And I've been reading a tremendous amount about in the legal newspaper that I get every day as 5 days a week about the discrimination that's been happening in the Silicon Valley, not well understood. I do think this is a subject of a study session, but I look at the bill and it just adds caste discrimination to all the many other discriminations that the Unruh Act touches on. Existing law, the Unruh Civil Rights Act, provides that all persons within the jurisdiction of the state are free and equal no matter what their sex, race, color, religion, ancestry, national origin, disability, medical condition, genetic information, etc. This bill, I'm just going down to another line of it, would additionally provide that all persons with this jurisdiction of the state are entitled to be free or are also entitled regardless of caste as defined. So it's a really, really critical area that we look into. It's the Hindu nationalist movement has been analogized by some Dalit scholars and others as the equivalent of the right wing Zionist movement in Israel that always wants to dominate the conversation. I don't know if that's the case here. I'm not going to judge anybody individually, but these two books, Caste Matters, and I'll spell the name of the author, Surag, last name Yengde, with a opening foreword by none other than Cornel West, who wrote the book, of course, Race Matters. So now the book Caste Matters by a Dalit scholar, previously called Untouchables. Okay, so enough on that tonight, but those books need to be read. We need to understand that this is an important bill as far as I'm concerned. At this point, I support AB or SB 403. And what I did want to do tonight, but I'm not going to have a lot of time, is under Penal Code Section 1421, otherwise known as Senate Bill 1421 and AB 748, back in October of 2021, I asked for the videos, the tapes regarding the canine attack on Alexander Furrier. I have not gotten that. I want that. Molly, I want you to Molly Stump to work with me so that I can get that information. There's been stall and delay. Thank you so much. Bye.
Our next speaker is Eileen McLaughlin, followed by Muni.
Good evening, Mayor Q and members of council. I'm Eileen McLaughlin. I'm here representing the Citizens Committee to Complete the Refuge. Maybe some or all of you saw the Daily Post today and saw the article about the problem with permit non-compliance at the golf course. That brings me to come here tonight and to bring up something that, well, we weren't surprised by. Citizens Committee was a commenter back on the San Francisco Creek flood project and on the golf course project, all the way through to commenting on during the permit process. We saw the permits issued and mitigations required. We sat back and we watched at the golf course and we saw nothing happen. We not only know that it didn't happen for the wetland requirements of the Water Board, we know that annual reports that were due to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, they got none. So there is a significant problem here, and one that I'm afraid the city is going to be having to pay for mightily. That whole process was part of a U.S. Army Corps of Engineer 404 permit process, where it included all these other agencies, and there's a lot of requirements involved. It was because there was a wetland jurisdiction. What prompts me to be concerned here is we're aware that in building the golf course, the Parks Department did make sure they were true to the city's trees ordinances and fulfilled mitigation on trees. But for the other permits, those were all swept under the carpet. What we understand is maybe there wasn't money. They said there wasn't staff. They pushed it to one side, and you simply can't do that without costing a whole lot of money down the road. So here we are today. We also, I want to make the observation, I wonder, that is there a compliance officer that oversees projects that are in like the Parks Department? I feel certain there's a compliance officer with the Regional Water Quality Control plant that you've got, because I know they do stick to making sure they meet their requirements under permits, numerous permits that they have. I'm hoping that the city does something to remedy this. A compliance officer would have said, this has to be done, and there has to be this budget to do it, and you have to do it concurrent with building the golf course. That would have happened if that was in place, I believe. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Muni, followed by Jonathan Ehrman.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and the City Council of Palo Alto. I'm Muni Madipatla, a longtime resident of Cupertino. I'm here to speak against the new Senate bill known as SB 403 taking shape in Sacramento. I request Palo Alto City Council to put this on agenda to hear from your residents, as it unfairly discriminates against Indian American community in all of California. This bill introduces the notion of caste in America. My kids don't know what the caste is. I don't want anyone asking them the same just because they are of Indian origin. I also don't want any government agency assigning a caste label to them for prosecution purposes, like CRD tried to do in the failed Cisco case. We want the government to bring people together by eliminating the barriers. Instead, the state government is trying to institutionalize caste attribute on Indian Americans. By the way, such law adopted by Seattle City is being challenged in the court by their residents. I don't think we want to invite lawsuits as the government tries to apply caste labels on our citizens. This law is unconstitutional and violates our rights as US citizens. I would like City of Palo Alto to pass a resolution condemning this unjust law SB 403 for discriminating against Indian Americans. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Casey Hetterly, followed by Jonathan Ehrman.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Casey Hetterly, and I'm an intern with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I'm here to help you get to know our local birds. Next slide, please. Today, I'll be focusing on the western bluebird. They prefer to live along the edges of forests and are easily recognizable by their beautiful blue feathers. As migratory birds, they spend the fall and winter in the south and the spring and summer further north. Their nesting season extends from May to July. Western bluebirds live in kin groups, which are made up of multiple generations of birds who are related. Non-breeding individuals in these kin groups help around the nests and take part in raising and protecting the fledglings of other group members. Next slide, please. This map from eBird shows the annual migration of Western bluebirds. As their name suggests, they don't live anywhere east of Texas and therefore have a smaller habitat range than other birds we've discussed. Looking at the indicator on the right, you can see that Western bluebirds spend the fall and winter in California, Mexico, and the southwestern US. As spring comes around, they spread north into Utah, Colorado, and the Pacific Northwest. Next slide, please. So why do we want to talk about Western bluebirds? Although they're common now, their habitat is vulnerable to climate change, logging, and wildfires, and cat predation presents a serious threat to them. This map from the Audubon Society shows the predicted effects of a 3 degrees Celsius rise in temperature on the Western bluebird's range, with range lost indicated in red. A whopping 64% of their range could be lost under these conditions. Western bluebirds like to nest along the edges of forests, and the destruction of trees from logging operations and wildfires results in the loss of vital nesting places. Like other songbirds, Western bluebirds are heavily predated on by cats. Cats prefer to hunt smaller prey like songbirds rather than rats or squirrels because they're easier to kill. In fact, cats were one of the main threats to the reintroduction of Western bluebirds to the San Juan Islands up in Washington state. The combination of threats from climate change, wildfires, increased logging, and roaming cats could cause this charismatic and beautiful species to disappear from our landscape. Let's protect Western bluebirds by doing what we can to address climate change, hold logging operations accountable, and absolutely avoid the release of feral cats in our city. Thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoyed learning about one of our bird residents.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, followed by our final speaker, Dilip Amin.
Hi, this is Jonathan. I'm here speaking. I want to speak about the scheduling at city council meetings, which is very difficult and confusing for the public, especially for those who wish to participate either in person or online. You look at the apparently I'm not supposed to come because you have all these rules and regulations which are really important to you, and any amending any agenda items have to be in advance, and all these things with the Brown Act where people speak they can't be responded to, so we all get ignored equally. And yet, but I can't, apparently, according to the rules, I'm not even supposed to comment on something on the agenda, so I can't comment officially now, according to the rules, on the consent calendar, where you're changing the times of the city council meetings. But let's talk about the fact that, look, the consent calendar has 11 items on it, you're going to pass in a moment, including several emendations, several changes to the municipal code. So those get thrown on the consent calendar in a moment, but yet you spend hours on these action items tonight, where I guess there'll be a long staff presentation, then everyone will have to talk and talk and talk, and the idea is these meetings go on for hours and hours. Just bringing in the city count, changing the city council at the beginning of the year took like 3 hours. So I don't understand. You expect other people to do time management. You give us 3 minutes to speak, second by second, tick tick tick, but you cannot manage your time at all in any sort of professional way. You have labor negotiations times that go on for hours and hours. The fact is, you need to write, if you want things to end early, you simply need to regulate your time better. Staff presentations need to be shorter. Council members need to speak for less time. If you know what you're going to vote on something, if you know what's going on, don't speak. Seriously, don't speak. Your job is not to speak just to express your opinion. Your job is to staff information that you might not have, and you speaking is to convey information to other people that they may not have. And you should never just speak to hear yourself speak. These meetings go on for way too long, and the public doesn't know when they are supposed to come in or not. If I want to come back later and comment on stuff, there's an hour study session, there's city manager comments, there's all consent calendar happens later Who knows when stuff is going to happen? There's 2 hours set aside for, one action item, an hour and a half for the other. Do you actually need, what is accomplished in those times? You have to ask yourself, is it just for show? Do most of you know much about this stuff already? Do you know what you're going to do? Or are you just going to sit there and spend the time speaking over and explaining your opinions over and over when you know what it is you want to do? So, you expect people, professional staff members and members of the public to use your time effectively, but you don't use your time effectively at all. And it's just a huge problem, and you need to address it. Seriously, you need to address it. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Dilip Amin.
Hi, my name is Dr. Dilip Amin. I agree to one of the speaker that there is a clear caste issues there, but at the same token, again, we are also against this caste discrimination. Now, caste may appear expand civil rights protection, but actually it implicates Californian of colors. It is not helping stop discrimination, but it will increase discrimination of South Asians. See, there is a conformational bias. Because it was there in India, it is here in California. And even though there is not a single documented case or convicted case in America. Now, American Hindus are natural suspect. Why there is a need to monitor Hindus by laws in America? See, caste is a complicated concept with no universality accepted definitions. And here, SB 403 will divide Hindus in two categories, or South Asians, oppressed and oppressors, and that is wrong. This is a duplicative bill, unnecessary bill. There are already ancestors and religious-based laws that will cover any caste discrimination. This will increase stereotyping of Hindus, Americans, and will increase bullying. Targeting a selective community is unconstitutional and is discriminative. So I oppose this SB 403. Thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll move to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Do we have any? Councilmember Vinker.
Yeah, just briefly, I wanted to follow up on my comments previously about the Palo Alto High School class that did the project in the social justice pathway to call attention to the Cherokee Nation delegate to Congress that has not been seated, because I was then invited to meet with that class, which I did, and they asked me to share with you these postcards, which I have brought and I will make available to you, and also to let you know that if you are moved by their project and you want to help, there is a take action information on their website, which is Same Moon, Same Stars website in Palo Alto High School. So I promised the students I would let you know how you could help them if you're so inclined. And I want to say that I was very impressed by their knowledge, their professionalism, and their commitment to social justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vinker. And City Manager, with what was presented today on SB 403, and we did have a prior resolution 9653 that talks about no discrimination and also no bigotry, standing behind our inclusion, diversity, DEI. So I'd like to see if you could send this to the lobbyist and see if it goes in line with our foundational principles, and maybe we might be able to do a opposed letter.
I'll be certainly happy to have our lobbyists review it. I suspect it may be a bit more complicated, and as such, we'll report back to the council.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to go to, I don't see any other lights. We'll go to our study session. which is 1237 San Antonio Road, with regards to the regional water purification facility. It's a request for pre-screening by Santa Clara Valley Water to amend the comprehensive plan land use designation and map for a portion of the subject property from public conservation land to major institution special facility. And I'll hand it to staff.
Thank you, Mayor.
Can I
And-
just say one more thing? So we're going to have the staff presentation, then I think Valley Water, and then we'll come back to council. So if there are any public comments from the general public, please call in or raise your hand or provide your speaker's card before the staff presentation and Valley Water's presentation is over. We will not take any more cards after that. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services, joined by or with Jody Gerhardt from our office as well. She's the manager for current planning, and she's going to give us a presentation.
Thank you, John. Yes, Jody Gerhardt, manager of current planning. Thank you, council members. We're with you this evening to discuss Valley Water's proposal at 1237 San Antonio Road. Next, please. So this is a council pre-screening, so we're not looking for approval or denial at this time. This is the very beginning of this project. This project is going to have to go through a comprehensive plan amendment for some changes to the land use map. And the pre-screening, though, is intended to solicit initial feedback on a particular project, and council members should refrain from forming settled opinions on a particular project. Next. So you can see here, it is a fairly large project on a couple of different sites. However, the main site that we're focused on is in the lower right-hand corner off of San Antonio Road. That's where the main facility will be located. The blue line that you see there will be a pipeline up to our existing water treatment facility on the water treatment facility plant. And so that's the location of the project. Next. So here on San Antonio Road, you'll see the original LATP site that was historically used for a water treatment facility. It's currently underdeveloped right now. It is being used by Green Waste for some storage facilities. It's also has a comprehensive plan designation of public conservation land and major institutional special facilities. So it has 2 comprehensive plan designations currently. And we're just looking, the LATP site is that entire red area, but Valley Water is focused on that purple area. To the south, the southern sort of red portion is where the Home Key project is going to be located and Green Waste will be located. So here shows you better the comprehensive plan designations as they currently are on the left-hand side. So again, you see that center portion that Valley Water is interested in. It currently has the 2 different designations, and we would like to redesignate it to all be the major institution and special facility designation. Leaving the northernmost portion, area C, would remain in an open space designation. So with that, staff is recommending that council conduct a pre-screening and provide comments on the comprehensive plan amendment. That would be necessary to develop the LATP site as a regional water purification facility with the associated pipelines and pump stations. Any comments that you have are appreciated, and we do have Valley Water here to give a presentation. Thank you.
And we have 10 minutes for Valley Water. Thank you.
So my name is Kirsten Struve, Assistant Officer for the Water Supply Division at the Santa Clara Valley Water District. Is it up? Oh, it's coming. I'll just keep talking. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this exciting project that will provide regional water sustainability. And I'm very grateful for your staff for working with us on this big project. Next slide. And next slide. So I'll provide a project overview first. We just came out of a serious drought, and with climate change, we expect more frequent droughts. That is why we need to develop a drought-proof, locally controlled supply. And in addition, this project protects our groundwater and helps prevent the land from sinking as it did prior to Valley Water's groundwater management. Next slide, please. Valley Water has a diverse portfolio of water supplies, and our goal is to increase the share of recycled and purified water from where it is currently. Next slide, please. The 2019 partnership agreement with Palo Alto and Mountain View is the basis for the Purified Water Project and the regional purification facility that Jody spoke about. It includes these three main components, and the wastewater option allows Valley Water to plan that regional purification facility, which I'll now describe. Next slide, please. Indirect potable reuse means adding purified water to our groundwater, where it can then be used for drinking water purposes. This will include 3 stages of advanced water purification, and similar technology also provides safe, clean, and reliable water to astronauts on the International Space Station and water suppliers around the world. Next slide, please. As Jody discussed, the project components include a new regional purification center, a pump station at the Regional Water Quality Control Plant to bring the treated wastewater to that purification center, piping between the purification center and the treatment plant, and then 20 miles of pipeline to Valley Water's existing Los Gatos recharge system, which is located in Campbell. Next slide, please. This is a closer view of the Palo Alto portion of the project. So our regional water purification facility is located at the end of San Antonio Road, as Jody described. Next slide. And then the pump station is at the treatment plant, and it will pump the source water to our purification facility. And then next slide has what it might look like next to Embarcadero Road. Next slide. Okay, great. No, that's good. Yeah, so this is what it might look like next to Embarcadero Road. Next slide. And then the pipes are to pump water to the Los Altos treatment plant site at our new advanced water purification facility. Next slide. So yeah, the Regional Purification Center will be at 1237 San Antonio Road, specifically Area B, which was chosen collaboratively based on a site feasibility study. Valley Water and Palo Alto are negotiating a land lease of the 6.4 acre portion of that larger 13.2 acre site for construction of the facility. We're working through the environmental requirements for the site and have collected information we'll need for the design and are also coordinating closely with the Project Home Key design team next door. And a key element is the requirement for a comprehensive plan amendment, as Jody mentioned. Next slide. This artistic rendering shows better what we have in mind. So basically, we plan to fill the old Los Altos treatment plant ponds and bring the whole site up to the level of the adjacent San Antonio Road. Next slide. And this shows, oh, there you go. And this shows what it will look like adjacent to the new Project Home Key from the, from the 101 side. Next slide. This is a site plan. Our leased area is shown with the red border, and we've called out the main components required for the water purification process. And I just wanted to point out that this is different from what was included in the staff report, as we have incorporated Palo Alto staff comments from the development review process. So it still has all the same components, but they've moved around per those comments. And we've had 2 meetings already with Palo Alto staff, Development Review Committee to incorporate all those comments. Next slide. Our project delivery method is a design, build, finance, operate, and maintain delivery method, also known as a public-private partnership, where our private partner will do all the things like build and finance and operate, and Valley Water is the owner of the facility. Our procurement process is currently ongoing. We have shortlisted 4 qualified teams following a process which generated 8 statements of qualifications. Our concept design that we're working on with staff will be an important component of the RFP we're intending to release in the 3rd quarter this year. We're estimating the construction cost of our project to be over $1 billion, which will be funded by water rates and hopefully offset by low interest loans and grant funding, which we're currently applying for. Next slide. And next slide. So I'll go over the project agreements. We have executed and pending agreements. So in addition to the 2019 partnership agreement, we have also executed a staff funding agreement just recently. And we're developing the ground lease and operations and maintenance agreement, which are in process. These 2 agreements are needed prior to releasing the RFP and are critical to avoiding procurement delays that would increase our costs. Next slide. Now, a few about CEQA and coordination with the planning department. Next slide. We will release that draft EIR for public review once we release the RFP to the 4 shortlisted P3 entities. Next slide. We're actively coordinating with Palo Alto's planning department and appreciate their time and effort with our project. The current application is for the comprehensive plan amendment. The project itself will need additional applications in the future. Next slide. This shows the requested future action, which is to amend the remainder of Area B from conservation land to major institutions, special facilities, as Jody already mentioned. Next slide. Stakeholder and community outreach is critical for this project to educate and build awareness about the benefits of water reuse and the quality of water, and also, of course, the giant construction project that this will be. We have built strong support from our local and community leaders, including the Santa Clara County Medical Association, who endorsed this project. As our chair noted in his letter that he sent when you approved the staff funding agreement, we would be happy to keep the council updated on this project and thank your staff for working with us. Future outreach on the construction of the project is also being planned. Next slide, please. And in conclusion, an indication of our project timeline. Next slide. Thank you for including our project in your council priorities. We are hoping for approval of the remaining agreements in the 3rd quarter this year, at which point we'll release the RFP and draft EIR. This coincides more or less with Project Home Key construction start. And then we expect the project to be fully operational in late 28 or early 29. Next slide. And just focusing in on the next 12 months, our focus will be on finalizing the agreements and various activities around certifying the EIR and selecting our preferred P3 entity. Next slide. I would like to acknowledge Board Director Rebecca Eisenberg, who is here to support the project, our project manager, Gurley Jacobson, who is here, as well as Rosalind Bootseberg and various Valley Water staff, including our Assistant CEO, Melanie Richardson, who have joined online. The project is a high priority for our board, and you'll recall that letter that the board chair sent to that effect as you approved the staff funding agreement. And once again, we'd like to thank Palo Alto staff for all their assistance. And I also like to acknowledge Karen North in the audience who has been assisting us along with the planning staff. And we'll be happy to respond to questions. And I think we have, 10 seconds for
I hope, thanks. I hope the council will allow me to speak maybe 25 seconds. Hi, everyone. Good evening, Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, and members of the City Council. I'm honored to be here to discuss this exceptional project. I just wanted to let you know that I fully back it, and I especially want to put in my positive words for the staff at Valley Water, and from what I hear, also the staff at Palo Alto. I think it's the makings of a great relationship. Couple things I wanted to point out that weren't on my to-do list, but sorry, that are from me. I really want to clarify that the reason for this project is for sustainability, that we can't keep importing water from the Delta and elsewhere. We need to work on local water, and recycled water, reused water is particularly useful during this time. Many people wonder, how are we going to provide water to new housing? Well, recycled water is truly the answer. More residents mean more wastewater, which means more water for water purification. And I think it's just this killer app, so to speak. I also want to know, having lived here for long enough and worked with most of you, all of you, and have a lot of admiration for this group. And I know we share a lot of values, one of those being environmentalism and sustainability. And I'm very confident that Valley Water will work collaboratively with City Council to find the most sustainable, method of doing this that is respectful of and not doesn't harm. It harms as little as possible the nearby ecosystems. I'm very, very passionate about that. I know many of you are too. It means a lot. And completely not an authorized thing for me to say. So this is personal. I am hoping that underground pipeline won't be necessary also. Right now there are logistical and legal reasons for it, but I'm hoping that the legal environment in terms of the laws that are out there and also the logistical one will change where we don't have to keep moving water around. No promises, that's my hopes. Anyway, those are things you'll be able to work together because of this great working relationship. That's all, thank you. Staff.
Nothing further from staff. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. We'll bring it back to council. If you have questions or comments, please turn on your lights. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes. Oh, it's your knee. Okay. Oh, it's Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. So I appreciate that tonight we're focused on the land use designation, but it is intrinsically tied in with the project as a whole. And this council has not had a review of the terms of the project. I think I want to ask the staff to briefly summarize the terms of the project. And I'll just say that when we created this Advanced Water Recycling Committee in 2015, and I chaired that for the first 2 years, the focus at that time and the intention was around Palo Alto developing a more sustainable water supply, and that we would use a major portion of this recycled water along with our partner agencies of the Regional Water Quality Control Plan, our 5 different partner agencies. What we have before us is a different outcome, which is the water going to replenishing groundwater elsewhere in the county, and that the city received a financial benefit out of this. When that agreement was struck in 2019, I was surprised. One of the things I've subsequently had asked about is, well, how can we have more of a sustainable water supply? what I believe I was told at that time is that there's an anticipation that there will be additional gallonage available that we may be able to acquire or tap into subsequently. So I have several questions, but I think unfortunately my time's going to get consumed by staff responding on behalf of all of us of giving an update on the terms of the agreement. So let me turn that over to staff right now to see if we can get a summary there.
Let's see who from staff is best able to respond. I know Ms. Struve is certainly able to speak to the terms of the agreement, but Karen North, our Deputy Director from Public Works, perhaps you're in the best position.
Hi, Karen North, Assistant Director of Public Works. I was actually part of the negotiating for the 2019 partnership agreement, which took us 3 years to negotiate. The highlights of the terms of the agreement is that we were essentially, Valley Water gave us $16 million, which goes up by an inflation to hold the water for 13 years. And that was helped to offset the building of the local salt removal facility. At that point in time, the 16 million was approximately 80% of the cost of the local salt removal facility. And then the rest of it was 9 million gallons, which is approximately half. And it was Mountain View, Palo Alto, and Valley Water, since Mountain View contributes slightly more flow than Palo Alto at this point in time. The water would go to a regional purification facility, and we weren't sure where it would actually go. At that point in time, when we signed the agreement in 2019, none of us knew where that regional purification facility would go. So Valley Water has a certain amount of time to start at 13 years to actually exercise their option. And then they pay us $100 per acre foot, which is basically a precedent, because we couldn't find any other agreements in the state of California where they pay to take wastewater to purify it. Down in Southern California, many of the basins, like in Orange County, it's the same people that are receiving the water are benefiting from the water. And so they don't actually pay. They are taking the wastewater, purifying it, and replenishing the groundwater. For us, and especially in Palo Alto, our water is coming from Hetch Hetchy, or the SFPC. And then Valley Water would be actually taking that water and purifying it and utilizing it in somewhere else in Santa Clara County, which is why we made sure to actually receive payment. So once Valley Water exercises their option, they'll pay us for the water, approximately $100 an acre foot. That also goes up. And then we have signed, it's trying to remember the term, it's 67 years, 56 years? It's 73. I apologize. It's a very long term, because if they're going to put in this kind of project, then they want to make sure that they have the water availability. There are some off ramps to the agreement. So if Valley Water decided not to build it, then we figured out some off ramps to get the water back for our community. So feel free to ask any other questions and help if Molly or Kyle want to assist.
Mayor, if it's fine, I'll let other colleagues ask any questions that they may have on the terms of the project. And then we have really before us the action on the land use, which is the decision tonight.
And we'll come back to you for the rest of your questions. Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, unrehearsed, that's about where I was going to start as well. Noting that three of us weren't here for the September 22nd meeting, I went back and read that, and that was also a study session. So my question is basically, what has council approved, if anything, right now? Because it's not technically a project, but we've approved a development agreement, and there's like a project in concept, would be the way of talking about it. Has council authorized anything with a vote?
So
I mean, I'm not the attorney of the three new people here, but
Sure. So, good evening, members of the council. Kyle Ariano, Assistant City Attorney. So, a couple of different concepts here. The first is what Karin was just addressing and responding to Councilmember Burt's question, which was the 2019 partnership agreement with Valley Water. And that agreement really, as Ms. Strube mentioned from Valley Water, is kind of the foundation for this project. But that's not all that agreement did. There were a couple of other aspects to it. The first of which is financial support from Valley Water to construct what we refer to as our local salt removal facility. So we currently already have some recycled water capacity at our plant. We want to enhance that technology, and we would do so through what we're calling our local salt removal facility. 2019 agreement provides that Valley Water would contribute $16 million towards the construction of that. Again, completely separate from what Valley Water is proposing tonight. It also, the 2019 agreement also provides Valley Water with the option to purchase our treated effluent. So the water that comes into our treatment plant, once we have put that through our treatment processes, would then get piped down to the regional purification facility. So that is the renderings we saw a few moments ago. And Valley Water would have the ability to take that treated water and use it for its own purposes, particularly groundwater recharge. So that's the second major component of the 2019 partnership agreement. And then thirdly, or maybe 2A of that component is the city does have the ability to request from Valley Water some portion of the water that comes out of its purification facility to enhance our own local water supplies. That is, at the time the agreement was negotiated, that hadn't really been solidified. So the way the agreement describes it now really is sort of an agreement to negotiate over that purchase of additional water supplies at some point in the future. So it is complicated, but that is essentially the kind of the structure of the 2019 partnership agreement and the different relationships and projects contemplated by that agreement. For tonight's purposes and for Brown Act and focusing on what is before you, what we are looking at are the land use entitlements that Valley Water needs to construct its regional purification facility at the former Los Altos treatment site. So things like additional water supply negotiations in the future or the local salt removal facility are outside the scope of what we're asking the council to consider tonight.
yeah, I get that. It's just, again, consistent with Councilmember Burt trying to bring us up to speed on where we are. So technically we haven't approved any project, and we technically or legally we don't have to, but that's what our intent, so to speak.
That is correct. Although you could read the 2019 agreement and as requiring us to go through this process in good faith with Valley Water. So that's what we are doing. The first step of this, of course, would be the proposed general plan or comprehensive plan amendments. Mm-hmm. The next step would be executing a ground lease. And there were a couple of other agreements that we would negotiate down the road, more tailored towards the operation of the plant and kind of bringing it online with our regional water quality control plan.
That's very good. That was the next thing I was going to ask you is, how does this thing play out in terms of sequence? So that's helpful. One other thing that I think is on point for what you've authorized now, Mayor, is on the bottom of the page, you said one of the things is for the avoidance of land subsidence. A little bit technical for me, but I just was wondering if that also included any sort of proactively addressing sea level rise out there. I know that was a subject of some discussion from Vice Mayor Stone and others at the last September meeting.
Thank you for that question, council member. So in terms of sea level rise, we are planning for that for both the pump station and the Los Altos treatment plant site. We will put the site to the level of San Antonio Road and add a 9-foot flood wall as well. And there's also a flood wall envisioned around the pump station. This project, so ground subsidence happened throughout the whole valley. Most of it in San Jose, but up to around 3 feet here in Palo Alto as well. So, keeping our groundwater up is important for all of us. And then overall, this is a climate adaptation project. So I hope I answered your question.
You did, thanks. I have some more things after public comment. Yep.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks to Councilmember Lowing for asking the question on sea level rise. I was going to circle back to that. I appreciate the response. So just a couple more questions then on the matter at hand. A concern I have is that we're placing this facility right next door to the site that we plan to house people in the upcoming Home Key project. And given that though the Home Key project are not permanent structures, I'd imagine that the risk of noise pollution and other negative externalities is going to be even greater. So what precautions are going to be implemented to be able to mitigate that noise and any of those other negative externalities that might come with this project for those future residents at Project Home Key?
So thank you for the question. We haven't looked at the noise as much because we are at the pre-screening level. We're at that higher level. And so we will absolutely do CEQA review where we get into the noise. There's obviously a lot of pumps and things that come with this facility. We have started looking at hazardous materials because there's also hazardous materials that come with the facility. And in talking with Valley Water and talking to the fire department, there's already been some movement to place those hazardous materials on sort of the opposite side of the site away from Home Key. So there really wasn't a risk where it was located, but now there's even less of a risk. And so I think we can do some of the similar things with noise producing equipment if that's needed.
Okay, perfect. No, I appreciate that. And I appreciate that it's a pre-screening and not all these details are going to be hammered out at this point, but wanted to make sure that we're raising that issue early. I really don't want to see project. I think we would not approve anything, I guess, looking at other housing projects and sites within the city. I want to make sure that they are being treated equally and not saying, well, because this is low income housing, it's okay to put some of these other projects and things that might be noisy or toxic nearby. So that needs to be a really important consideration moving forward. And then on some environmental concerns, so looking at the Baylands master plan, I know objective 3.1 calls for identifying locations for potential restoration opportunities and actions at this site in particular. And essentially to develop priorities and recommendations for actions to be able to improve the site's ecological health. So, and this might be kind of a similar answer, we're too early on, but has staff considered how this project might fulfill that objective?
As you said, a little bit early in the process, but we are looking to, and I don't know if we can bring back up that site plan. There is a 20-foot swath of land actually between Valley Water and Home Key where there's opportunity for a trail because we already have some other companies in that area working on the trail system. And so along with the trail system could be, some restoration projects as well. And we can certainly find some other areas for that too.
Great. And I hope when we continue with this design, as far as kind of like fencing elements, at finance committee meeting last week, we discussed about the importance of, I guess, aesthetic fencing for the project Home Key project. I'd hope we do something similar here, given that we're going to be having a little over 100 people living right next door. And especially if we're going to develop a nice outdoor space like that and a trail and hopefully some open space opportunities for those living at Project Home Key, as well as other residents of Palo Alto and the region. I want to make sure that it's aesthetically pleasing as well. So if we can be including that in those designs. And even though I think there are some significant concerns as far as climate mitigation and the location of the project with Project Home Key there, overall, I'm supportive with it moving forward. I appreciate the objectives of sustainability, and although we're not going to be getting the direct result of the additional water, seems like there might be some opportunities there with the 2019 agreement, and I think important too for us to be good neighbors, and what helps other cities within the region on sustainability helps us all. So thanks for bringing this forward.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. And I want to thank my colleagues for asking a lot of my questions. Particularly Vice Mayor Stone, just on the, I have a follow-up, but I want to come back to that because I appreciate Councilmember Burt bringing up what I think is actually a predicate issue to the comprehensive plan amendments and things that we're being asked to study tonight, and that is these terms. And so thank you to our Assistant City Attorney for explaining a little more detail and adding that third item, which I want to make sure I understand. I believe I heard you say that we could also negotiate to enhance our water supplies, perhaps down the road. Would that be, I guess what I'm wondering about is in item 2 there, we talked about the option to pay us to take wastewater and move it the 20 miles to its recharging facility. For item 3, if we could negotiate to enhance our own water supplies, is that potable water, or would that be usable for recharging potential? Is there any difference? And I don't want to get too far into it, but I just kind of want to know what's the predicate for, considering these zoning changes.
Yes, so I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that question in terms of the actual quality of the purified water product. So I would defer to Ms. North on that question.
So when we negotiated the agreement, the one thing is we wanted to make sure we had access potentially to another drinking water source in the future, but that would be at cost to Palo Alto because we were looking at the longevity of the contract and concern about our residents making sure that we had access to water in the future. So that's not necessarily guaranteed that we would be able to wheel water out of the regional purification facility. It might be looking for a completely new source of water in partnership with Valley Water. And as you can imagine, moving water around is not cheap. So we would have to, at that point in time, negotiate with Valley Water, request information, and then determine if we were going to move forward on that project. And of course, we'd be coming back to council at that point in time, and probably way before we'd be even asking.
Okay, so I'm just concerned about the ground subsidence issue that Councilmember Lowing mentioned, that Councilmember Burt first, as I understand it, that originally was part of, the recharging was part of the reason we went down this path. And so I just want to know if I don't need to know the details, I just want to know that there's potential to reclaim those options in the future.
I just want to also assure you that the ground subsidence was before, and right now we don't actually pull from the groundwater basin here in Palo Alto. So we're not having groundwater subsidence here. We actually did a full analysis in the Northwest County Recycle Water Strategic Plan to see how much water we could replenish if we needed to. And at that point in time, we're basically at steady state. It doesn't really make sense to take our water, purify it, and inject it in the ground because it will just flow down into the bay. And I can give you that report too. That was a few years ago.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you. I wanted to ask you a little more about the contaminated materials on the site because, one does get concerned if one stirs it up and you have neighbors that it could be problematic for. But on the other hand, this could be an opportunity for a co-benefit of cleaning up the site. And so could you tell us a little bit more about that? Would you like me to?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the site was a former wastewater treatment plant, and as such, it has materials still there that were part of that wastewater treatment. And we are currently sampling and developing a remediation plan. Most of that plan will be to basically cap and fill the site, since we have to do that anyway to bring it to the height of San Antonio Road. But you're right, it is a possible multiple benefit, for various, for the neighboring properties as well as for stormwater compliance.
And then just a small follow-up on the Vice Mayor's questions about the impact on neighboring Project Home Key. And you mentioned sort of the sights and sounds, but, I'm also concerned about smells or, how would that be living next door to such a facility?
There are no smells. This is not a wastewater treatment facility. It purifies already treated wastewater, so there's no smell. The sounds, we will have screening, of course, and mitigations identified in the EIR. I encourage you to tour our existing facility at the quiet, and most of the noise there actually comes from other properties around it. So we don't expect impacts during operations. Of course, during construction, there will be some noise impact as the facility is being constructed, and we will do our best to mitigate those.
Thank you. I'm out of time, but thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank the city staff for the presentation and our colleagues at Valley Water too. My thoughts here are less of a question and more of a comment in furtherance of Vice Mayor Stone's and Councilmember Vinker's concerns about the location of our Life Moves Project Home Key Transitional Housing immediately south of this proposed facility. In addition to the noise and the emissions, it occurs to me that the Home Key residents will look out at their windows and see this facility. And this is a facility not just for individuals, but for families. And so we have to contemplate that children will come home to this place after school in Palo Alto. And I think we're all pretty clear we would never put a facility like this near a single family neighborhood, nor a multifamily development. And it just makes me wonder how high on the totem pole a set of humans has to be so as not to have a utility facility built next to their Palo Alto home. Even if it is a transitional home, it feels as if we've chosen to warehouse humans instead of provide what we would consider a suitable home environment. We're going to have to answer this question about why this choice as we continue to build out in accordance with our RENA. And I can't help but think about the public comments we heard at the start of the meeting about CAST and the concerns about CAST and the concerns about replicating CAST or the implication that CAST might be replicated. And it feels that in this context of choosing that a group of humans who are truly in need of support and trying to acquire better opportunities in life with the city's help are going to be living next to a facility like this, which feels to be a decision in furtherance of, or which presupposes that they are deserving of less than other humans. And that concerns me. I know it concerns many on the dais. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you guys for your work on this. Just a quick question. I know you guys are negotiating the ground lease right now, but is this going to be at fair market rent, or what's the plan for the lease? Is it going to be like, a typical $1 a year type thing, or what are we contemplating here? I don't know if it's for our staff. I think it's probably more for our staff.
Sure, I'll get us started on that question. It would not be at $1 a year. We have looked at a appraisal of the site and its market value, but we're still negotiating at a staff level the methodology for coming up with the appropriate number for the annual lease payment.
Okay. Yeah, I would, as you might imagine, I would like to see market rate on that for sure. And can you remind me, because it's been a while since 2019, can you remind me, do we get like a discount on the water coming back to us, or how does that work, the financial arrangement?
So we do not necessarily get water coming back to us as part of the 2019 agreement. We get, or we receive a contribution towards constructing a new local salt removal facility, which enhances what we already do at our regional water quality plant for producing recycled water, but we are not necessarily getting, as we talked about a few moments ago, a new supply of water. That is something that the agreement contemplates as a maybe, but it does not go further than that.
So it's really just them buying our wastewater, we supply the land, and now from what you're saying would be a market rate. I'm just trying to think what any other financials involved, and none of our personnel is involved in running it, right?
It would not, our personnel would not be involved in running the plant. However, because it does tie into our be some associated work, but those are all details that would be addressed in a subsequent operations and maintenance agreement with Valley Water, separate to what we're talking about today. Once there will be facilities that basically have to move the water back and forth. And of course, there will be some staff resources associated with that. And those would be covered by the eventual O&M agreement.
Okay. And in terms of the construction, this thing's like $1 billion. That's paid purely by them, or are we contributing any as well?
That would be Valley Water and its project partner, not us.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to come back to council, but first I'm going to see if we have any public speakers.
Our first speaker is Arthur Keller, followed by Winter Dellenbach.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to talk about several things. First of all, I think this is a good project, but we have to make sure that we can get water back from the Valley Water if we need it. Secondly, how do we get water from Valley Water if you don't have a pipeline? We should consider building a pipeline when they build a pipeline south, we should build a pipeline north. Secondly, there's an issue of the first of all, when we have the water that we're currently recycling from the plant that is going to be placed next to the regional water control plant, that we have to make sure that the whole thing is flood protection from the bay, because the Army Corps of Engineers is going to turn down. They're going to say that our project to build some flood protection for Palo Alto, they're going to turn it down, and they should have a study session to investigate why they're turning it down. Because they told the water district that they're turning it down, but they didn't tell Palo Alto they're turning down. That's what I heard. Now I serve on the Environmental and Water Resources Committee of Valley Water, but these opinions are my own. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, followed by Rebecca Eisenberg.
Hi, it's Winter Dellenbach, like the composer Bach, Winter Dellenbach. Hi, you guys. Hi, everyone. Just a couple of thoughts about this. I may be being dense or not understanding something, and so I would love it if it could be clarified for me. Two things. I'm taken aback that we won't necessarily get any water out of this. We're hosting the plant. We're not getting any water necessarily unless we do something to really make that happen. That's not in the 2019 agreement. And all the water is going south. And I guess I don't get this. We don't get no more water unless we're very insistent about doing that. And that seems to not make sense to me. The other thing is 16, and correct me if I have this figure wrong, $16 million from Valley Water, a quote contribution toward construction costs. Well, the thing that seems to be a hard and fast number, but as we all know, construction costs are escalating greatly. And so what was $16 million a little while ago, and might have been more meaningful, is getting less meaningful with every month that goes past. And so if that's a contribution, it sure seems like Palo Alto is going to have to pay a bunch for this. And again, forgive me if I'm misunderstanding. So I have two big issues. I don't see why we're doing this if we don't get water. And I'm concerned about the construction costs contribution. And it worries me. So I guess that's it. And it may be recharging some groundwater, but I would want to have I would want to have a lot more information about that. I mean, that seems to be a justification, 3 feet of subsidence in Palo Alto, but I want to know more information where that subsidence is, how this would really affect it. Exactly that, just that. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg.
Thanks. This is me in a personal capacity, and this is not about actually this. You already heard me talk about the water recycling, and I do think that the parties have a lot to discuss to make it optimal. I wanted to talk about the Dignity Move site. From the beginning, I didn't think it was an appropriate place to put them by green waste. I never liked that choice of location. Universally, studies show that transitional housing is most successful when located near the community resources that transitional unhoused people rely on. By community resources, I mean schools. Right now, it's not at all clear how the children who would live out there would even get to school. There aren't shuttles for them. There's not, the people there probably don't have cars. Otherwise, they'd be living in their cars, not intense. It is not clear. Also, it's much more helpful when the unhoused communities are near workplaces, are near public transit, are near all sorts of the community resources that will make it possible for them to transition back to life as a working person, as a person who is housed. I think they're set up to fail over there. And, I thought that from the beginning, I supported the project because I was told that this was the only location that would actually succeed. So better this than nothing. But I think already some of these complications are arising when you put human beings near a dump. They don't belong there. And the other thing is, I think if you take the time to talk to Elizabeth Funk and the others who provide these transitional shelters, these are, they're actually mobile, and they will fit in all sorts of different locations around Palo Alto, including in some of the commercial parking garages that are often empty. I know that Elizabeth and one of her staff members went and measured the height at the parking garage near California Avenue and discovered that, yeah, they would fit there. So, and that would be a far more appropriate location in terms of public transit and schools. So I just want to, I don't know if it's too late to move them or not, but I think it might be worth exploring because I totally agree with these concerns about the folks who are living there. I think, to give people the best chance, we want to move them to where they can succeed. That's my personal opinion. Thank you for considering.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll bring it back to council. So if Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, I want to make sure I'm understanding on what we're now calling the local salt removal facility. At one time, we were talking about essentially a smaller scale pilot RO facility like this one. Has that changed in terms of that's what it is? Okay, so is that still on the table? I thought that this larger scale facility was going to replace that smaller pilot facility. Are both things still moving forward now?
So we are currently at 90% design for the small salt remove facility. We're anticipating to come back to council in August. as I was alluding to earlier, the cost has increased significantly, and we had that in the study session that was in September of last year, that we're now looking at a $56 million, and it's to produce 1.125, but it can go up to 2.5 million gallons of water per day, and then it is blended for enhanced recycled water. And majority of that water would most likely go to Mountain View, and obviously we have a few customers in Palo Alto. So we're working with Mountain View on that.
And is there a reason we're calling that a salt removal facility and the other one a purification facility? Is it the additional step that would be at this other facility for to be able to basically degrade synthetic organics?
So when we first started negotiating the agreement in 2019, we thought that we could just put together the small salt removal facility and then add another treatment, and that would make it into purified water. But since then, the regulations have evolved and changed, and we'd actually need to put a pre-step on before the water goes into the reverse osmosis facility or the salt removal facility, and then another step to make it purified water.
So just so folks understand, the water that we currently treat through tertiary processes brings down the total dissolved solids to a level that can be used for some landscaping and not others, and can be used for internal toilets. But we had hoped to bring that those, what is it called, total dissolved solids, or TDS, down even further to closer to 500 or so.
Correct.
And we've been unable to do that over the number of years through different measures. And so to have a broader use of that, we call it recycled water, but not purified water, we have to bring the salt down. So the intention here is to blend a low salt from this a low salt water from the local salt removal facility with what we're already producing. Most of that goes to Mountain View right now. And this is a thing that we had looked at, whether to have what's called a purple pipe for recycled water go up in the research park. That still is something that could be there, or other uses, including landscaping and toilet water in a lot of new housing that we may have out toward the end of San Antonio. So this hasn't been really worked out yet, but that's an important clarification. And so with that, that's the water that we will still be able to use ourselves, is out of that facility. Because I know a couple years ago, there was discussion about whether this would replace that facility, and that clarification hadn't really been provided. Okay. I also want to just put out there that I don't know if there's been a calculation on how much power will be needed for this. The primary operating expense isn't personnel on these facilities. It is big, powerful pumps, and use a lot of electricity, and our electricity is 40% below PG&E. So when Valley Water they have a San Jose plant, they have one cost of operation there. They will have a lower cost of operation here. I don't know whether that's entered into the negotiation at all. And I don't know what those numbers are and how much we'll be saving them in operation cost as a result of this plant. I will say that we've had for decades this acreage of the former Los Altos wastewater treatment plant that was the only idle land really available in the city for various purposes. And when the Life Moves project came forward, there was basically a lot of question whether we could do a project because we didn't have land available for that. And so this land for these two purposes is, if we're going to do these kinds of things in Palo Alto, these two really valuable things, that's among the only land that's there. I do agree with Kristen that, this is I've toured the San Jose facility. It's a fairly low profile industrial facility, almost entirely enclosed, depending on whether they have the pumps interior or exterior. We'll say it's to contend with. If the pumps are fully sound mitigated, then all we would have as far as an impact on the Life Moves residents is a visual impact. And I will say that there are trade-offs in this location for that purpose. It's not adjacent to transit and other purposes, but it is a really adjacent to a huge amount of beautiful natural habitat in the Baylands. And a lot of people would pay to have housing that close to the Baylands. So there are pros and cons to it, but it's not all cons. Let's see. So that wraps up my questions, except I guess I have one final one for staff. I think you've heard council members now weighed in more on our interest in what are these final terms of this agreement, and what will be the opportunity for this to come back to council and really look at the substance of the agreement and make sure these terms that have been negotiated are ones that we want to sign up for decades. So what's the process by which we will have an opportunity to review those?
I'm getting the look that it's supposed to be me.
Sure.
Responding.
If I could, just Assistant Director North, if you could speak to the timeline and next steps as has been discussed between the staffs from two agencies. As you noted, we do have the salt removal facility coming back as a discretionary decision for the council in that August timeframe. And I would also note that the joint Recycled Water Committee that includes Palo Alto, Mountain View, East Palo Alto, and Valley Water has a meeting scheduled next week. We just got confirmation of that and the agenda earlier this afternoon. Let's go ahead in terms of the timeline going forward.
So the timeline is you saw for the regional purification facility. So I'll try and break it into two. So the local salt removal facility that would be housed at the regional water quality control plant. We are going to be discussing it at the joint committee meeting, as well as the regional purification facility, and coming back in August for council decision on that. The regional purification facility, we're currently negotiating the lease terms that we need to come back to council, and also the operation and maintenance agreement. And then once they feel that Valley Water has secured or understands what limitations they have to coordinate with our facility, then they're going to, my understanding is, release it out to their 4 P3 entities that they're going to work out and then come back. In terms of negotiating and opening the 2019 agreement, that was something that our council just signed and agreed. And they're, I think, the only places to open agreements. I'm going to look to my attorneys for that.
So, just kind of put things in order here. We have what is before you tonight, a study session on amending the land use designation for this site. We have also coming in the next few months, the ground lease agreement, which is basically the right to build and then operate this plant at the former LATP site. So you have, and then you also have the 2019 agreement, which talked about essentially funding our own local salt removal facility, and then also securing Valley Water's right to use our effluent for this regional water, the regional water purification facility. So if the question is, what are the what are the terms that we're looking at for specifically the ground lease, then that is something that will be coming back to the council later on this year, sometime in the fall is what we expect.
Really, the question is to know whether there are any, the ground lease terms I'm assuming are going to be on fair market value and just agreeing to that. And so then the balance of the terms of the agreement, is it fair to say those are locked down and there's no further discretion. Is that accurate? Just put it
No,
simply.
we are actively negotiating the terms of the ground lease now.
No, not the ground lease. The balance, the other terms of the agreement.
The 2019 agreement,
Yeah, as is the 2019 agreement, all the terms, they're locked down and basically that ship has sailed.
Well, you never say never, but it is an executed agreement that we are bound by. So any potential amendments would be things we had to negotiate. We would have to negotiate with our with Valley Water.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get this in simple terms and clear terms for everybody. My understanding from what you're saying is that the terms of the 2019 agreement are pretty much binding on us. We would have to essentially pull out of it or whatever to change those terms. Is that correct? And we're locked in and that ship has sailed.
That's certainly one way to look at it. I mean,
well, what's
again,
the other way?
We could try and reopen the agreement with Valley Water, but again, it takes two parties to agree to that. So if the question is water supply or the amount of the contribution, capital contribution to the local salt removal facility, we're bound by the terms of the 2019 agreement.
It was more water supply, but given that we don't have, we only have the pipe that would go back, but that pipe could serve two purposes, except we'd be having over-treated water going to become blended water.
so I just want to make sure that there's, I think I understand what you're saying, but I just want to simplify it a little bit. So the purification facility at Los Altos Treatment Plant, there'll be two pipes, one pipe taking effluent from our facility, the Regional Water Quality Control Plant, to the Los Altos Treatment Plant site. They'll be purifying that water. And then the other pipe going back is reverse osmosis concentrate.
Okay,
So you would
and
need
it's
almost
fully-
a third pipe is what you're.
No, it was,
Okay.
it's RO and it'll have the oxidation step as well. I assume you get one output from this.
At the Los Altos Treatment Plant site,
Yeah.
yes, it will be
Okay, so
purified
we
water.
conceivably could still negotiate more water coming back to us.
Yes.
Okay, so it goes back to the question of whether this council is going to have an opportunity to have any input other than something tonight where we're talking on the land use issue, to give any direction to staff on the high level direction that we'd like to push on the final agreement, and whether we would like to get additional water supply out of this deal. So I don't know whether that is appropriate to give that input tonight, or we need to schedule something else, or the council doesn't support that and it's a done deal.
Can I add one caveat? So we have a certain amount of water coming into the sewage treatment plant. And when we started negotiating the agreement, we had 18 million gallons going out at the sewage treatment plant. When we were in the low drought, we were closer to 15 to 16. So I just want to caution us that we have signed an agreement that it's a 9 annual average. So it's not instantaneous that we will give to Valley Water, but we're also have an agreement with Mountain View that they have a certain amount of recycled water that they receive. And then we've also held 1 million gallons of water for Palo Alto. So there's not a lot of extra water.
Well, that's
what I just
what
want
we need to understand.
I understand
is,
that. I just wanted to give the council the big picture, and it's complicated. So we'll have to come back.
And to directly answer your comment, Councilmember Burt, any discussion on the provision in the 2019 agreement that would allow as staff can work to bring something back to the council, if probably makes sense, some additional background on this, as well as what that process might look like.
Yes, and I would just note again, since we have identified the next key step that will be before this council, being the salt removal facility decision in August, I think it'll be incumbent on us to try to give you a complete picture of it at that point as we can. And again, noting the joint recycled water committee meeting next week. This is actually, I believe, the first time that committee will have met in the last 2 years. And so quite a bit of time has elapsed since all parties were involved in the conversation. So it'd be a good opportunity to get up to date and perhaps to see where each of the agencies are in lockstep or where there may be issues for further discussion.
And I believe in this, with this study session, it's pretty clear that council is interested in certain terms to be reviewed. So please take that. And I just want to clarify something. So our agenda says that it's a pre-screening to amend the comprehensive land use designation. So we're going to speak towards a preference, but not exactly vote for the land use change. Correct? Okay, very good. Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. I do want to underscore the mayor's last point that the issues Councilmember Byrd has been raising are ones I'd be very interested in hearing more about as well. Since the purpose of this study session is to elicit thoughts on amending the site designations, I do have some initial thoughts. Taken alone, building this facility does seem to be a beneficial use consistent with the MISP designation. While the CL designation is near and dear to my heart, we currently have a use on that site that doesn't feel like it's in keeping with that purpose to enhance the natural state. But in some ways, this new use would be because it might help us clean up the contamination and conserve one of our most precious natural resources, which is water. As we've discussed tonight, preserving water helps our aquifers, our flora, our fauna. So it feels like this change would be in keeping with its purpose. So the initial look is that feels good. But per our discussion, I don't think we should look at it just in isolation. I am concerned about the neighbors at Project Home Key, but after visiting the Project Home Key site up in Redwood City, which is also right near the bay, I have to say my concerns are lesser about the isolation and the placement, because they had provided well for transportation and with all the on-site services, there's less of a need than there might be at some other transitional housing or shelters. So that was very interesting. And in fact, one of the people at the site talked about the $5 million view. I mean, it is bayfront property. So I think it's a balancing thing that we could talk about more when that's squarely in front of us. But I do think that it's hard to look at this particular decision just in isolation. Our housing element does contemplate big changes for adjacent areas. So generally, I support this concept. I like the purification idea, but I do think we need to look at it in the context of the bigger picture. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thanks. I just wanted to hit a few small points. And I think what Councilmember Baker said is right on point as well. When I first was trying to digest the staff report, my understanding was that this was a development agreement to get some ideas going in 19, and then at various points tonight. But I think that, we're 5 years out, and maybe it even points to the fact that as this thing goes forward for 50 years, there needs to be flexible points in there in the negotiations relative to changes in each of the cities and overall water and so on. I don't know, but I do think we need some input on that. The second point I wanted to say, just to emphasize the point that's been said, those tanks aren't pretty. So to the extent that you can make it look more like the Baylands and less like tanks, that's the goal for walkers and bikers and everything else. That's basically what's going on here. And I know you'll try to do that. I hope it takes a Herculean effort and gets that direction. I also had the question about electricity cost and usage. In terms of if those things are pumping all the time, how much pressure is that putting on even the grid if it's going like that? So I don't know the answer to that question, but it's a concern, and you want comments tonight, so that's a concern. And then lastly, again, when I was reading the staff report, I thought, how can there be no CEQA analysis required unless they're saying it's not yet a project, which is what you're saying. So clearly it needs a lot of very close. Baylands is a religion, not just a place for our citizens. And when you're putting in all of these miles of connected pipeline, which are a potential threat to the emergent wetlands, it just needs real close attention. I see from the drawings that you're trying to do them back over by the roads and not through the pipes by the roads and not through the Baylands, but that's still Baylands. So that needs a focus in the EIR. So I think the site is absolutely essential. There's no other site in Palo Alto to do this. I wouldn't even think about turning around on that one right now. So I say, go ahead and proceed with tonight's motion, but also, everything else that we have to do and get these sequences back to council when you can do that. Thanks.
I don't see any more lights. And I think that's it, right? Yeah. Okay. So thank you for presenting and for all your work on this. And we'll close this subject and we'll move to consent calendar items. Madam Clerk, is there any public comments?
Our first speaker is Stacy Ashland.
Great, thank you. I would like to speak to agenda item number 12 on the consent calendar, which is regarding the amendment to the municipal code regarding codifying firearm sales limitations ordinance. And I appreciate that at the first reading of this on May 22nd, that this was passed unanimously by the city council. Thank you for doing that. And just simply wanted to say, by adding a conditional use permit to the process, that is absolutely a matter of public safety and the right thing to do. And I definitely appreciate that. As many people have said, if more guns made us safer, we would be the safest country on earth, which we are not. So very much appreciate that and urge you to vote yes on that today as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Ehrman.
Hi, this is Jonathan. I'm speaking about item number 9 on the consent calendar, which I think should be removed from the consent calendar and discussed. Apparently, it's very, this is about moving the start time of the city council meeting. As the staff report notes, frequent use of special meetings has led to some public uncertainty about the council's procedures. Yeah, count me among those. I had no idea that the council was municipal code said that the council meeting started at a particular time, and I didn't really know what special meetings meant, because as far as I know, that it's a moving target. Whenever a council meeting starts, you have to check each week to see when they go. I had no idea that there was actually that you were supposed to start at a particular time. And the whole reason this is being changed is because you go so late, you tend to start them early because you have a huge number of items. It seems to me that if you were supposed to start at a certain time, then that's time you're supposed to start at, and it's your job to get through items in a timely fashion. seems to me would make more sense is that you should be required, there should be a requirement, there should be a limit on how many times you can use the special meeting designation, because if you wait to get out, if you are supposed to start at a certain time, look, I get it, if you change the time, okay, that's one thing. But if you're officially supposed to, and you get out of it by saying it's a special meeting, there should be, there should be a requirement for what a special meeting is. It should only happen, a certain number of times a year. It doesn't make sense that you can just start it whenever you want by simply calling it a special meeting anytime. And there's nothing in this current rewrite that changes that says that you are now actually going to start at 5:30 regularly, and that you won't just do a special meeting whenever you want to. So it seems to me that you're missing the mark here. That again, this is like that, when we pass some things saying that, well, if we have 7 people on the council instead of 9, they'll be able to get through stuff quicker, which of course it wasn't true. It was ridiculous, because you're not actually attacking the problem. If the issue is that city council meetings go late and are very long and there's a lot to get through, then you need to deal with those issues. You need to deal with your time management better. Saying, well, we're going to change the start time to half an hour and that'll be regularly. There's no framework for this that means that there's no framework for this that has any meaning. And we still don't know within that schedule when all communications will be. You could start it with a study session or a closed session. Or like today, all communications was first, and then followed by a bunch of other stuff, and the consent calendar comes later. And there's all kinds of ways it can be organized. So it still doesn't let us know when we can participate. And the idea that, well, people get off work today at 5 and then they can be there at 5:30 to speak or comment is disingenuous. And what about, does that mean city staff get off work at 5? They have a half an hour to start, and then they're back from here from 5:30 to 11 at night. So what it really comes down to is time management. Like I have a ticking clock in front of me showing me how many seconds I have specifically to speak. I don't get to speak for more than 3 minutes. Sometimes I don't even get 3 minutes to speak. And it seems to me that you need to really look at how you use time management. And maybe you don't need regulations for it. Maybe you just need to manage your time better. Thank you. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 second left. Thank you. Bye.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg.
Here, real quick. So I'm hoping you can give some more thought to number 4, the approval of the construction contract with O'Grady Paving. I just wanted to point out, I know you guys do listen during public speakers, right? Please. Thank you. I just wanted to point out, I hope you won't count that time against me. I know this is important to you all too. I just wanted to call attention to number 4, the agreement with O'Grady Paving. I think that you all know that the creation of cement and relying on cement is one of the most toxic processes in existence. That creation of cement contributes to a large portion of greenhouse gases, which I think conflicts with our shared environmental and sustainable goals. I looked at the O'Grady Paving website. There was no mention of more sustainable options. It doesn't seem to be something that is really even within their interest. I think that, this might be too late for this time, but I hope in the future you'll consider more sustainable alternatives to traditional cement. When we use traditional cement, it harms the environment in its manufacturing use. It also creates toxic gases that can harm neighbors, human beings, and as materials. The other problem with cement is that it is not porous, which means that water, can't go through it. So often, the more cement you use, the greater risk of floods that you create. That's why a lot of municipalities and construction projects are really embracing materials that actually allow water to run through. Because when water can't go down, it has nowhere to go but across. But out. So these are kind of more modern approaches that I hope, because we're Palo Alto, that we can consider for the future. So again, it might be too late for this one, but I hope these will be things you consider moving forward for our shared goals. And thank you. I know you care about this stuff, so thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Lifkat Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the consent calendar, I'm recused from item 11 due to a potential remodel at my primary residence.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 4.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we're gonna do a vote 2 to 10 and add on 12.
So
Is that
Madam Mayor, you can do it a little more simply by just voting on the whole consent calendar, and then the clerk can note in the minutes that Councilmember Lithcott-Hames is recused from 11 and Councilmember Tanaka is no on 4.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes,
motion carries.
thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no vote on item 4?
Yes, thank you. And I'm going to try to share my screen as well. Give me a second here.
One moment. Did we have could you remind me who the motioner and seconder were? Did we do a motion?
We didn't do that. Okay, I'll make the motion to move the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Should I begin now?
Go ahead.
Okay, great. So this is item 4 on O'Grady, Alma and Churchill intersection. And what I like about this project, of course, is that the federal funds are paying for this. So that's good. So not necessarily from our budget. But the thing that was a little bit troubling with this project is, and it happens with a lot of our projects, there was only one bid. And I think the reason staff said was because there's a deadline coming up, but we approved this, 2 years ago in 2021. And when we looked at O'Grady in other cities, in 13 other nearby cities, what we found was that O'Grady tends to be one of the highest prices. In fact, there's about a 21% average price adder for O'Grady versus other ones, or about $317,000. And this project is about a $2.2 million project. Of the 13 other cities we looked at, only one of the bids was O'Grady the lowest. In fact, about 46% of the time, O'Grady was the highest bid. And I have the data here, so you guys can look at all the red ones was when they were the highest bid. And so, I guess my main point here is, while it's great that the federal funds are paying for this, it's not good that we continually only get one bid on our projects. And, in fact, from my contractor, it tends to be the highest bid in most other cities. And so I just think we need to do better. I know it's hard to get bids sometimes, but we've known about this for a while. So I think we should try to get these out sooner so that we can perhaps get more bids. And I think the staff report said that there were 2 people at the pre-bid meeting, but then that didn't sync up with what Planet Bid said. So I'm not sure what happened there. But anyways, in general, I love the fact that we're getting federal funds, not necessarily our money, but still, I think we want to be conscientious and try to get good procurement on things. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we conclude this item, I would like to say congratulations to our interim city clerk, Mahia. Congratulations.
Thank you. I do have a few words to say, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for the opportunity to continue to serve you and the Palo Alto residents. I also wanted to thank the former Palo Alto City Clerk, Leslie Milton, as well as the city clerk staff, Vin and Alice, for being by my side throughout this transition and being such an amazing team. I also wanted to thank the other CEOs and city departments for being so supportive and helpful and encouraging. I am so excited to take on this role, ensuring transparency and accountability in our city government. I believe that an open and accessible government is crucial for building trust and engaging our community. Once again, I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to serve you as your interim city clerk. I'm ready to take on the work ahead and the positive impact we can make together. Thank you for your continued support, and I look forward to serving you and the Palo Alto residents to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And with that, we'll conclude consent items and move to city manager comments.
Okay, well, that's a tough act to follow. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Let's see if I could get your assistance with a few slides. Terrific. Thank you. Next slide, please. Just a few items to highlight this evening. There we go. First, oops, let's go back. Thank you. That sticky button, I know, occurs from time to time. First off, just want to ensure that community members are aware that we have reached a significant milestone in staffing back up our library department. And as such, do plan to begin Sunday hours at Mitchell Park Library beginning July 9th. So just a little more than a month away. Again, we'll be providing Sunday hours at Mitchell Park Library. Noted here are the current hours, and we certainly hope to continue expansions as resources permit, but simply want to note this very significant milestone. Next slide, please. Okay, also following up on the City Council's recent approval of the revised housing element, would note that we are currently in a public review period that's mandated by state law, and that at the conclusion of this relatively brief period, the revised, now council adopted housing element will be submitted back to the state on June 7th. So any community members interested in reviewing the revisions as well as providing comments can do so at the website noted here, paloaltohousingelement.com. Next slide, please. Then moving forward, as we talk about a few events that will be upcoming in the months of June, July, our Municipal Services Center open house. This is now hopefully continue to be an annual event. Really would hope city council members can attend for a period if your schedules allow. A great opportunity for community members to get a behind the scenes look at our what's often called field operations that include the utilities, public works, community services, open space staff that are about town and in our open spaces on a 24/7, 365 basis, and a number of other departments that will be represented. Great opportunity to also learn about potential careers in public service for any family members that might be interested or family members that might want other family members to get interested in potential careers in public service, including not to be missed free ice cream that will be provided on site. So again, this is on Saturday, July 15th at the Municipal Services Center. More information here is at our website, cityofpaloalto.org/MSC open house. Next slide, please. Then taking a step back at a number of other events that are planned through this month and next month. We have our family movie nights beginning on the 9th, the Magical Bridge Concert Series, and notable here on the Cal Ave mural. I know that I've gotten some really positive feedback on the mural work, including community volunteers participating in the murals over the past week, and that will continue this week with a public tour planned this Friday at 5 p.m. So again, community members can do a tour of the murals that will have been completed by that time. Hopefully no weather delays, and a great opportunity to really leverage the positive energy through that activity. Then continuing Twilight concerts and the 4th of July chili cook-off upcoming in the next several weeks. Next slide, please. Then just noting the upcoming agendas over the next couple of weeks. We've noted the August dates here. Really next week, I think we'll have better information on likely dates of August activities. But in the meanwhile, next week you have the Pets in Need or Animal Shelter Operations term sheet, as well as the council's study session with the independent police auditor. And then on June 19th, you have your budget adoption, as well as a study session to begin an initial review of the tree ordinance implementation. And with that, I believe that's the last information I have. Back to you, Mayor Koo.
Thank you, City Manager. And with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 7:56. Thank you. If we can come back to the dais so we can get started. Okay, Madam Clerk, I think there's 4 of us, 5 of us. Okay, now we're going to go back to session, and it's addressing item number 13, which is an action item. And it's a public hearing, adoption of an ordinance amending section Palo Alto Municipal Code, Chapter 9.68, rental housing stabilization, to clarify the definitions of at-fault and no-fault just cause for evictions. Also to extend just cause eviction protections and tenant relocation assistance to more rental units in Palo Alto than offered by state law, and to adopt a security deposit limit for unfurnished rentals in Palo Alto. Staff?
Okay, this is exciting. I will try not to let my the seat turn me into a lawyer.
Perry Mason.
I do like to
Perry
pretend.
Mason.
All right, very good. So good evening. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. We have a brief presentation for you. Hi, Molly.
He'll move in a minute once he's done.
We can go to the next slide. And I'd further advise you. All right. Well, so we're here this evening to present an ordinance to the City Council. About 18 months ago, the City Council had given staff direction to advance a number of renter protection policies. We've made some progress on some others. There's the rental registry, which is ongoing. You'll hear more about that later this year. The 2 items that are before the City Council this evening have to do with a limit to the security deposit charge for unfurnished apartments, and also to extend the just cause eviction protections, what people have called the loophole for units that were built less than 15 years. The state law protects at 15 years and above. This ordinance would protect from 1 to 15 years. Next slide, please. I think the council's aware of the reasons why you would like to advance this, or at least gave us direction to do this in the first place. One is to lower the costs to renters, moving costs in particular for security deposits, and also just generally reduce the financial impacts for no-fault evictions. Next slide, please. Let's see, the ordinance that's before you includes the 2 regulatory actions I just went over, the just cause provision and the security deposit. Want to note that we've also carried over a number of state law provisions into this ordinance as required to do so if we're going to have a local ordinance that goes beyond the state. And then also, we've just made some adjustments to the chapter to improve the administration or readability of the requirements. Next slide, please. And then our recommendation is simply to adopt the ordinance. And we're here to answer any questions that you may have. I'll note that I'm joined by or with, God, I got to figure out the proper terminology. Thank you. Rebecca Atkinson in our planning office, and Jen Fine as well from the city attorney's office. And we're here to answer your questions. Thank you.
Is Miss Atkinson going to say anything? You're done?
Yeah, that was it.
That was it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I could do it again if you'd like.
I think you really like the seat. Thank you. Okay, let's go to public comments. How many do we have?
Our first speaker is Liz Gardner, followed by Emily Ann Ramos.
Hi, it's Liz Gardner. Nice to see you guys. I'm a lot of times Zooming from home, so it's really good to be here in person. And I wanted to just open that I'm really, really pleased that this ordinance is on the books and it's ready to move forward. I think there's some really good advancements that have happened, some changes. I know apparently it's been on something the city has had in their ordinance for 20 years, but I did want to speak specifically to the one about the 1.5 times deposit, asking deposit, and I think that's really great. I do really feel that as a single mother, had a household with 2 under 18 in Palo Alto Unified School District, that it's very difficult for me to relocate in Palo Alto with the income I make at $30 an hour. I would have to make 75 proofs at minimum $75 an hour to pay for a 2-bedroom, 1-bath apartment on Alma at maybe $3,700 a month. And that's just impossible. I don't know what the economy, I'm just watching my time, is based on. Of course, Palo Alto is above market on rent charges, but asking 3 times income to rent, I feel like is an extraordinary burden on minorities, people of color, people with disabilities, the elderly, those that are just really struggling as workforce workers who fix our cars, clean our homes, care for our children at daycares or nursery schools. So I really hope that this advances to more fair and equitable ways that people who have been a way to advance or make it more equal and fair for all people at all income levels. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Emily Ann Ramos, followed by Mary Gallagher.
Welcome, Councilmember Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, and members of the Palo Alto City Council. Emily Ann Ramos on behalf of Silicon Valley at Home, and I'm speaking in support of the staff's recommendation to clarify definitions, extend just cause eviction protections and tenant relocation assistance to more units in Palo Alto than currently offered by state law, and to adopt a security deposit limit. These actions are continuing steps to a commitment made by Council in November of 2021 to protect Palo Altans from displacement. As a partner with the city as part of the Partnerships for the Bay's Future grant since 2020, we are excited to see these well-researched, desperately needed, and community-driven policies adopted and coming together to tackle the housing crisis. It has been a long process, but thank you for taking real actions that will help prevent the displacement of Palo Alto residents, especially the most vulnerable in our community. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Mary Gallagher, followed by Lauren Bigelow.
Yep. Good evening, council members, Mayor Coe. It's a pleasure to have this opportunity to speak to you about the renters' issues, security deposits. So I want to be clear that I speak to you as a former landlord and a real estate professional who has had a license in Massachusetts and Nevada. So I have had this role to negotiate many leases, security deposits and rents. And I understand you're trying to make a state, like a limit on what a landlord can take as a security deposit. So I support that, absolutely support that. In my role as a leasing agent, I've always worked one-on-one with a tenant to negotiate not only a reasonable security deposit, but a reasonable rent. In my role, I would keep lists of people who were looking. And so I think that it's important for landlords to aspire to good behavior. Okay, and I don't know that that is part of this conversation. I mean, you can make these rules about just cause evictions and security deposits. But I feel many landlords, especially those out of the country, out of state, who have come in here and scarfed up so much real estate to turn them into rentals. And so there are too many non-resident investors. So I think that issue also needs to be addressed. I'm going to cite two examples, three examples, maybe in the minute that I have left in my own personal experience. So I came back from Lake Tahoe after 10 years in tech. I went to Lake Tahoe to decompress and manage mountain homes, got a Nevada license, a broker's license, and I came back here as a property manager. The first landlord was a felon having laundered HUD money. So I worked for him for 3 months. He told me, "You're too honest and you can't teach that." So that person had been convicted and was released. The second situation, I was a resident manager for Harold Hobach, and he had also had different practices that were illegal. And the third case, I was with, I've got 3 seconds left. Anyway, 30 months and corrected a lot of safety issues.
Thank you, but your time is over.
Was discharged. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Lauren Bigelow, followed by Anil Babar.
Good evening, council members. My name is Lauren Bigelow, and I am the board president of Palo Alto Renters Association, often called PARA. I think all of you also know that I was the Partnership for the Bay's Future Fellow placed at the city of Palo Alto to research and recommend renter protections. In my mind, just cause protections are some of the most balanced but impactful protections for a renter. Without them, the idea that a renter could be doing everything right and still lose their home looms large. With these protections, there's transparency. People understand that nothing is guaranteed forever, but knowing the reasons you could lose your home gives renters parameters to operate within. I'm not alone in thinking so. In May of 2022, the National Low Income Housing Coalition released a brief called Promoting Housing Stability Through Just Cause Eviction Legislation and highlighted that the end of a lease term is a particularly vulnerable time for low income tenants. And I know that this council cares a lot about anti-displacement efforts, particularly for our low-income families. And that's why I'm so excited by this ordinance tonight. The pairing of permanent just cause protections at the local level with the limitation of security deposits will help these families stay in their homes. So I wanted to say thank you for bringing this item forward and encourage you to keep going. And I look forward to hearing your discussion tonight.
Our next speaker is Anil, followed by Mark Moliano.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and Council. Anil Babar with the California Apartment Association. I wanted to provide some context and my feedback on the ordinance. The ordinance is derived from 1482, but I want to make a point about 1482, which is that is my time. I just want to make sure the clock is moving.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That ordinance came about through months of deliberation and debate, and the compromise agreement that it came to was the result of all that debate and analysis. The changes staff has made to the local version of the ordinance jeopardizes Palo Alto's future ability to attract developments to meet the goals that it's been set for housing. Notably, the removal of the 15-year exemption would discourage development from occurring in Palo Alto, which you desperately need. I would ask the council to take a look at the ordinance and ask staff to better align it with 1482 to create a more consistent approach. Because extending just cause eviction under the terms you have will not create transparency, rather it'll cause conflicts. And I'll just give you 2 points. Two examples of this conflict that that the ordinance already creates. Section 968.20 F2A, where it cites people who are exempt from the owner move-in, or the no fault just cause would be anyone as long as the landlord is a natural person. The problem with this reference to the word natural person is that it doesn't take into account that if the owner is a trust, because a trust is not a natural person. Another example of a conflict that you create with this ordinance is the same section 96820-2C, where it states all the ways if the landlord is complying with any of the following issues, they're exempt from the no fault just cause, except if the tenant has caused the damage. So these are just a couple examples. There's many. I would encourage the council to take a second look at this and make sure and do a better job of aligning it with 1482. Maybe just instead of having all these conflicts, because you'll have issues down the road. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark, followed by Aram James.
Hi there, Mark Molyneux, renter. So just in general, I think it's important that we treat renters as people, treat them as real residents of an area, and to make it fair, to make it balanced between people who live here because they've invested in real estate and people who live here because they just pay the rent every week. They're both residents and they both deserve basic protections at the very least. AB 1482 was a very good bill in Sacramento. It really changed a lot because before that there was essentially no protections. It has, moved that baseline quite a bit, and they're working to move it further. But I think it's very good to get ahead of it to kind of shore up what are clearly deficiencies. All the carve-outs don't make a lot of sense. If someone is living there for less than 15 months, they're still a resident, and they still should have a reason if they're going to be evicted. I think that's one thing that people who don't rent just can't really grasp. They can evict you for no reason. It's just absurd. So I think just cause it's a good framework, and honestly, I could see even fewer carve-outs than you have. There's really no reason not to apply just cause everywhere. It's a very safe tenant protection, but I think what you have here is definitely moving the ball forward quite a bit, and I compliment it a lot. Just to push back against the CAA guy, to say that this is going to disincent development is just very silly. Palo Alto certainly needs a lot more housing, but the way we do that, you have to reform your zoning, you have to reform your permitting processes. There's all these actual hurdles to building housing. It's not to make tenants' lives worse. That is not the way that you incent housing. So good job with this, and I think I look forward to this being implemented. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Aram James, followed by Aram James.
Hey, I'm going to withdraw my request to speak tonight. Thank you.
All right, that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll bring it back to council. Anybody like to provide questions or comments, please?
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Jessie Phillips online keeps raising her hand and lowering it, so I'm going to allow her to speak just to make sure that if she would like to speak on this item.
Okay.
Jessie Phillips, you should be able to speak.
Hi, I'm Jesse Phillips, and I am a he.
Sorry.
That's okay. I keep on raising and lowering my hand because I'm not sure I want to speak, only because I just got out of surgery recently and I put something together and I'm not even sure it's all totally appropriate. But anyway, I wanted to say that AB 1482, I believe, was put into place in order to keep tenants in their homes, to protect them. The intent is admirable, but unscrupulous landlords will try everything imaginable to run an end around rent control limits. My landlord is one such landlord. He may even be the most egregious one. But and during the 5 years of his tenure, he has made our lives a living hell of insecurity and anxiety. It is always a my way or the highway approach, in which he demands what he wants, and when he doesn't get his way, he threatens us with eviction. We have to fight back. His approach is unusual. We do get him to pull back, but we can't afford to do that anymore. What he does works, and I'm sure other landlords are doing the same thing. They can bully as much as they want with zero consequences. One of the tricks in the landlord's bag is increasing the amount of security, cleaning, and key deposits upon the renewal of each lease renewal. We have been in this apartment 15 years. That is just not fair. It is unacceptable. There also needs to be a way to allow tenants to engage a roommate without the landlord jacking up the price of the apartment with co-tenancy schemes meant to fatten his wallet and pushing tenants beyond their means and out of the apartment. I could speak at length about this and other related tenant landlord issues, but this may not be the appropriate venue, nor is it the right time, nor there is enough time. A clarification and extension of just cause eviction protections that has real teeth would be greatly appreciated. A local ordinance to accomplish this would be fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks to staff for all your work on this and the public for your advocacy. Really happy to see we're finally starting to get some of the details from these renter protections that really kind of whole tool chest of laundry protection. So geez, tool chest. We're getting to the break. Tool chest of what are the renter protections? Here we go. Coming before us. And so I have a few questions and then some comments. So first, kind of the timing of this with the HRC motion and discussion. I don't quite understand the order of things here, where this issue was vetted by the HRC with a recommendation, but that recommendation is not being included in the staff recommendation, but kind of the staff report said it's expected for later discussion. So is the idea here we pass this tonight and then revisit this later in the year with that HRC recommendation comes back as a separate item?
Yeah, I think generally, yes. What we're doing here is presenting back to the council the direction that we received in November, 18 months ago or so. And I believe the HRC considered this and a number of other items, renter protection items that we were going to present to you as a package in, I believe it's August. At that time, if the council does have an interest in making some adjustments to these programs, we certainly could add that to our work program and address that. Anything further to add to that?
The ordinance here tonight before you, as Jonathan said, reflects the original council direction, and staff did not have the council direction to address the HRC recommendations at this time. But as Jonathan said, it can come back, but we wanted to make sure that we brought the ordinance back that council originally directed as soon as possible.
I think we highlighted what where the HRC was on this issue, but because it went beyond the direction we got from council, we did not incorporate it into the ordinance.
Okay, and anyone from staff, or do we have an HRC representative at this meeting who can maybe talk to at least one of the items?
So Minka, I think from our community services department is on Zoom. Minka, are you there?
Yep, I see her.
Oh,
yes, I'm here. Thank you, Director Late. So to address your question, Vice Mayor, the HRC did look at a whole series of renter protections that were already on the books, and they did have an opinion about this one. And as staff already established, there was a discussion of who should go first, and the feeling was that the planning department should go first because it was the direct referral to come back to you with these suggestions with these two items specifically, and the HRC recommendations covered more than those. The two that carve outs that the HRC had for the items that are before you tonight were mainly in the guise that they felt like these individuals, whether they live there for less than 12 months, or if they were in a duplex, were still Palo Alto renters. And if they were being, and the item before you is for no fault evictions. So they felt, since this was considering no fault evictions, they didn't feel like there should be a carve out for people that had lived there for less than 12 months or in a duplex when they were being evicted for no fault of their own. Does that answer your question, Vice Mayor?
Yes and no. I was actually more interested in their discussion around the requirement of unit occupancy from being reduced from 12 months to 6 months. You recall that part of the conversation?
That I believe, I thought I answered that, of going occupancy less than 12 months. They did not have an extensive conversation on that. The key point that they brought back was just that since it was a no fault eviction, they didn't think there should be a penalty for the length of time that they were in the unit.
Okay, thank you. And does staff have another question? Does staff have any estimate on how much it would cost for the city to enforce these protections?
We don't. You obviously are referring to that section in the staff report that flags that resource constraint that we have. It is something that we could spend a little bit more time thinking about. We don't have an answer for the council this evening on those costs.
Okay. Yeah, and I've raised this issue before, and I don't think this is an issue that needs to be, the enforcement issue needs to be decided tonight. I think that can go back to the more the greater discussion around renter protections, but I continue to be concerned about leaving these protections in the hands of private enforcement when we know there's already an incredible imbalance of power between landlords and renters. And I think for the city to just be to essentially say, we're out of it, handle it on your own is really just, I guess, I think we know what's going to happen, and we know that imbalance exists, and we know who's going to be hurt the most by it. And it makes me uncomfortable that we are just kind of wiping our hands of it. So hoping we can have that conversation when this issue comes back, and that staff will have a little more on that. I see I'm out of time. I'll circle back.
Councilmember Vinker.
Well, I'm very, very happy to see this item on our agenda. And I'm happy to see that the HRC has additional recommendations that will be coming to council later in the year. Renting is often the way that we welcome people to our community, people who will enrich and diversify our city. Rental units are how we provide more equitable access to the city for those who may not have the resources that it takes to be owners. When my husband and I first came to Palo Alto, we were renters. That was in 1992, and we're still here. And I would say after my 20 years at the Law Foundation, which provides renter protection legal services, I believe that improving renter protection is critical to solving our housing crisis. We can count up our RENA housing units all we want, but if people can't fairly access those units, it's a hollow victory. I see rental units as our city's welcome mats. So protecting those who rent, nearly half of our residents, from being evicted without just cause, or being able to reasonably limit move-in costs is simply the right thing to do. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowen.
Yeah, a couple of things. I've been working on this now for years. So like the vice mayor, I'm really glad to see it getting executed. And so my first comment is I really appreciate the specificity in the language. But I think that was really well done. It really makes it clear to everybody, both sides of the issue, exactly, what the deal is that, needs to be adjudicated. And on the adjudication piece, I also want to comment on that page 131 of the staff report that the vice mayor just brought up. I don't think at this time the city should take on the task of being the representative of a tenant that's got a problem with a landlord. But I think we should be extraordinarily active in getting high quality resources in place for those renters that need some help, pro bono or low cost. And I would even go so far as to say that, we could do a investigation, evaluation, and invest in a couple of those folks that are doing pro bono service, as we do for other nonprofits that we invest in. So that would be a way that we could service the tenants without trying to, manage our own group inside the city manager's department for legal reasons. So I like us to accelerate that and see what we can do in that in the short term. We've gotten some feedback in a couple of letters to council that it ain't working when they call some of those folks and the phone isn't even answered and they don't know where to go next. It just feels like they're abandoned. So I think we could take some extra steps there to give them some high quality resources. I'm in total support of these two items. I just wanted to comment on I don't think either one of these items is going to move the needle in terms of resistance by developers to continue with ongoing development. But I just want to kind of put a point on the issue of security deposit limits, which are so helpful, because we all have to keep in mind that the cash flow burden, particularly when someone moves from one apartment to another. So obviously, if they're have let's say a $4,000 apartment, and they then have $8,000 already in the current landlord's pocket, and then they go to the new and they have to sign a lease and put in another $8,000. Not to mention they have to make the first month's rent that time. So now you're up to $16,000 to $24,000. And people that are in a situation and Palo Alto renting a $4,000 apartment don't have an extra $24,000 just kind of sitting under the mattress to fund this transition. So I think that, this very modest change of taking it down to 1.5, I think is a modest way that we can help the renter transition from one unit to another. So I would be really supportive about that because the cash flow is the killer there. I know that because I have a son who's a renter in California, and he called up and said, "Dad," he had to move out instantly because there was a criminal, literally already convicted criminal, in another apartment, was slashing tires, carving things into the door, and had to move immediately. So all of this cash hit immediately and just couldn't handle it. So just one personal example to illustrate it. So I'll be completely supportive of this.
Councilmember Lifkat Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I join my colleagues in commending staff for all of this hard work that's led to this and the community for coming out continually to express opinions on the subject of supporting renters here in Palo Alto and the leadership of Para and Silicon Valley at Home and other organizations. I too join my colleagues in being delighted that we're here. I agree with the question about who's really empowered to enforce these renter protections. And I note that it's clear that the staff would not, it says staff would not be involved, but that perhaps council could direct staff to do the additional fiscal impact analysis of the impact if staff were responsible for enforcing renter protection. So I, for one, would like to see that. But since we have Ms. Bigelow here from Para, I wonder if, Ms. Bigelow, you might give us just a minute on what you know of other jurisdictions doing. To the extent you do know, you can shake your head and say, I don't know. If there are other jurisdictions on the peninsula that are helping renters enforce the renter protection mechanisms rather than leaving it to the renters themselves, it'd be good for us to know that. Or if they're all being left to themselves, it'd be good for us to know that too.
So, hi there. So there are a few things that come to mind for me, which was during the pandemic, there were several eviction help centers that were set up throughout Santa Clara County, and they had dedicated staff who helped provide assistance both for filling out emergency rental assistance application, but also had conversations with tenants about what their rights were, things like that. So it was something like a renter protection help desk, if you will, that the county did. And I believe the city of Mountain View also has dedicated staff that work with the city to help enforce some of these renter protections. So we have local neighbors nearby that are doing these things and that are committing staff time. It's not unheard of.
Thanks very much. My remaining questions are really quite technical. One is on Pacc page 137, and it just is a phrase that perhaps I haven't heard before, but I thought I would check in case it was an error. In the red line section K, it says when the renter fails to, again, Pacc page 137, item K, about halfway down the page, when the renter fails to deliver possession of the residential rental unit after providing the landlord written notice as provided in section blah, 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 of the renter's intention to terminate the hiring of the real property. Is that what we call it when a renter is renting, is a hiring of real property?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you very much. And then on page 144, I believe you have a technical error on the item in the second half of the page is new small letter B, amount required. See that? Whenever a landlord seeks an eviction, then it lists the amount of money for relocation assistance. You have item 1 underneath unit type, item 2, notwithstanding subsection C1, what you want is B1 there. It just didn't get changed. And I can send that change by email if it's not easy to capture here. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, I concur with my colleagues and strongly support these recommendations. I just want to express appreciation for our colleagues on the previous council who really pushed this forward a year and a half ago. We had near unanimous support, and it's been a long haul because actually this was initiated by council members on the colleagues memo in 2017 and 2018. And they, in particular, the just cause eviction narrowly did not have a majority council support at that time. And that's a big part of why it's taken this long to get to this point. But Mayor Koo was a co-author of those previous two colleagues memos. And I just want to express my appreciation for the determination to get this across the goal line.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah. I guess first of all, I agree with my colleague in terms of the city representing the tenants. I think it's a complication probably that's not the best for us. I have a question for staff, and it's about 1482. So in 1482, I think single-family homes are excluded. Is that right? Or single landlords? I forgot the exact language.
Ms. Fine, do you have that on the state legislation?
The exemptions for single-family homes are quite specific. Single-family homes are exempted if they are owner-occupied. An individual, or I think the specific language is not a trust, not a corporation, and not an LLC where one member is a trust or a corporation, sorry. But it's a specific single-family homes are exempted, not all single-family homes.
Okay. And do you know why they did that? What was that? What was the rationale behind that?
I don't have that on hand.
Okay. I think the rationale is that, someone's personal space, they're not a big corporate landlord. And so I think that was the thinking, I think, when that came about. And this was something that was debated pretty heavily, from what I recall. And, I guess the question for you guys is, so do those exclusions continue with this, or what happens to them?
Those exclusions are restated in this ordinance, yes.
So they're continued?
They continued.
Okay. Okay, great. And then, let's see. So I think, when I think about the housing market and the housing crisis that we've been having for a long time, I think the way to solve it, and to solve it not just for the few people that are here, but for future people as well, is we need to attract more units to market. I think that's really the ultimate solution. And my fear with this, and my fear I had earlier, is that landlords do have a choice, especially people with ADUs, because they don't necessarily have to rent out their units. And so if we want to get more units to market, we have to think about how do we get better supply, how do we get more housing development. I think that's really important. And one of my big concerns with this proposal is that by limiting the amount of deposit that a landlord could charge, what I think a lot of landlords would do in effect is basically increase the rent, which I don't think is what we want. I think we want to make the place more affordable with lower rent, because the cost has to come from somewhere. And then that's the same as well with some of the changes in terms of just cause. And so I'm concerned about, while we're trying to help in one side, I think this is going to lead to a ramification on the other side, which is I think we're going to have higher overall rent for tenants. And so I think we have to be cautious here. I think that I don't know how well this will impact the housing development, but it's probably not going to help. And so I think if you really want to help the housing crisis, we need to have more units available, which means building more, making the development process easier, but also because it's economics for the landlord's point of view. They have to figure out how to make the ends meet. And if you limit them on the deposits, they're gonna have to make it up somewhere else. We know that the construction costs are increasing. So maintenance, I'm trying to get my driveway redone right now, and it's hard to get people still. And so the construction costs and maintenance costs have gone up. And so I'm concerned that this is not going to be headed in the direction we want, which is basically to lower the rent, to make it more accessible for people. Maybe the deposits will be lower, but I think the overall rent will be higher. Does staff have any indication of how many landlords will be affected right now through this provision? Like, do we know how many people actually are charging more than this right now in terms of deposit? Any idea?
Yeah, so we don't have any data on that. And I think that's probably some of the information we might glean from the rental registry.
Okay. Because when I was a renter, and I was a renter as well, I never had anyone charge more than that, right? So in fact, it was only one time's monthly rent. So I do wonder what are we trying to solve here by doing this? Anyways, I still remain concerned about this, and hopefully my colleagues will consider this as well. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you're entertaining motions, I'll make the staff motion. If not, I have a few comments.
If I could just ask some questions, maybe. Do you have more questions? Councilmember Lowen? Okay, thank you. I do remember what happened at the present hotel. It was quite painful when these tenants had to leave. And so I'm really glad to see this, but I just want clarification on packet page 134. That will be F, which is applicability. The section shall not apply to. So the 1 year written leases doesn't apply to all of those, including a single family home? Or am I reading this wrong?
So this is packet page 134, and you said letter F. I'm not seeing.
I'm sorry, 139. I'm
Okay.
so sorry.
Okay.
This is about the requirement for offering 1 year leases. This is our pre-existing requirement, and we were not directed to change it. So it's correct that it would not, it did not, and it will not apply to single family units.
Okay, I see. Okay, thank you. Let me see here. And then I see 142 packet page. So after the initial lease ends, the landlord must rent to the same tenants again. Is that what I'm reading it to mean?
Do you have a section that you're referring to?
It would be at D, but the section is on page 142. It says if all the tenants have continuously unlawfully occupied the property for 12 months or more, or at least one of the tenants has continuously unlawfully occupied the property for 24 months or more, a landlord must provide a statement of cause in any notice of termination to terminate a tenancy. But if it comes to the end of their lease period, can they just say, I don't want to lease anymore, or do they have to give a cause?
The they in that example is the landlord?
The example is the landlord.
So, yeah, they'd have to give cause.
They'll have to give cause. Okay. And I would really like to see if council would consider on 9.68.050 number A, little a, for the units to be 5, for the lots containing 5 or more residential rental units instead of 10. So when it comes up, I hope that you will consider that, unless.
So can we get that reference again, Mayor?
Right, it's again on packet page 142, and it's A, applicability, and that's for general relocation assistance or rent waiver for no fault evictions. And if you go down on little a, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, on the 6th line, it says lots containing 10 or more residential rental units, if it can be 5 instead of 10.
So I believe, well.
Is that outside the scope, Madam Attorney?
Yes.
So we can only decide on
We have
those.
a mind meld. We couldn't do that this evening because we haven't notified the public
who are owners of units of buildings of less than 10,
I
that
see.
might be considered by council. tonight.
Okay, I'll withdraw, but it's out there. I have a note here on page 143, packet page 143, 9.68.060. Relocation assistance for evictions without at fault, just cause and structures. Why are we not using consistent language with the other? It seems so long. Assistance for evictions without at fault, just cause.
Thank you for the question. We kind of struggled with the language on this one as well, just because of the direction to kind of maintain the protections that existed in this particular provision of the code. And this particular provision of the code was structured that way to apply to all evictions that are not at fault. So it's not that it's just no fault, it's also evictions that do not fall in the new definition of no fault, just cause. So because of that, we had to be a little more specific in our title here.
Okay, thank you. That helps, I think. Well, again, thank you for all your work. And Vice Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, Councilmember Tanaka asked for feedback from colleagues on his analysis there, and I think that analysis is wrong. The rent is a revenue. The security deposit is not a revenue ever when they take it or when they spend it. So in my example, a $4,000 apartment unit is now potentially giving to the landlord $8,000 to hold throughout the duration of the lease. It would go down to $6,000. The $6,000 would still be due back to the tenant at the end of the lease. It would only be less than the 6 or the 8 if there was a justifiable expense of damage, which then the landlord could claw back. But that has actually nothing to do with revenue. So there'd be no need to raise a rent to come up with some contingency in the future, a year or two out, because an expense would be, more than $50 to clean the home. So I don't think that analysis holds. And I don't think this has anything to do with, for example, rent control. It has to do with security deposits.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and appreciate Councilmember Lowing's response there. Completely agree with that. Economic analysis is not going to remove units from the market or anything else. But I was glad that Councilmember Tanaka was asking some questions regarding kind of how many units this will impact and what could be the typical charge for security deposits. And staff, your answer was the one that I was anticipating, which again shows the need for the city to have a rental registry. We need to have the data. So hoping when this does come back forward that Councilmember Tanaka will also support the rent registry, because we need that data. So that much is definitely clear. And appreciate too the story that Councilmember Lowing shared about the security deposits and how that impacts. I think I'm the only one at the dais who currently rents in a multifamily housing. And not long ago, my wife and I, we were looking at other apartments, and sure enough, ran into a 2-time security deposit. And with the average rent being about $3,000 a month in Palo Alto, that was a $6,000 one-time fee that we couldn't afford, and we withdrew from that search. So, we were fortunate; we were able to stay in our current apartment. Many Palo Altans or people who would like to be Palo Altans are being priced out of the market because of that, and there's no real necessity for it. So glad to see we're at this point. I'm prepared to move the staff motion. There's one thing I would like to modify in it, which will essentially just be changing the unit occupancy requirement from 12 months to 6 months. And I could speak to that further if I get a second.
Second.
Great. So while the clerk is working on this, I just think, one, the HRC supported the reduction in the unit occupancy from 12 months to 6 months. I find the 12-month to be fairly arbitrary. Don't see why it needs to be included in there. I'm also concerned if, one, if you need to kick a tenant out for any particular reason, maybe they just don't get along well with the landlord or whatnot, you should know that within 6 months, just as you would within 12 months. I'm concerned we get to the 12-month phase, if the renters have students in the school district, they've already gotten to the point that they've gone through an entire school year, they've made friends, they've created a community here, and don't want to see the people being kicked out for no fault evictions within that, within the 12 months. So I think 6 months is fair. So that's why that's the only change that I'm making.
Madam Mayor, if I may, so we're having a discussion over that potential change and whether procedurally what that would mean, because it isn't contained in the item that's before council tonight. And it would expand the regulatory scope somewhat of this ordinance. So we're talking about it, but I think the best way to handle that is likely to come back with a new first reading. Our concern there is that the second reading then could not occur before council breaks for the summer. So by adopting this on first reading tonight, you can get a second reading in and then get the protections in place 30 days after that, which is during your break. So would that be an item that the vice mayor would be interested in seeing come back at another round?
I guess I just don't see how this is different than so many other items and ordinances that we have before us, where we're talking about whatever it may be, and we make a simple kind of text change to it. Since this, in particular, this 12-month was within the staff reports, and the ordinance seemed to be agendized for discussion tonight.
Right. My concern is the large number of third parties out in the world whose behavior will be regulated by this rule. So very often our items before council are really about our own business, starting a program, entering into a contract, constructing a city facility. This is a regulation that will affect many, many, many hundreds of both property owners and renters out in the world and create new rights that people can sue on. And so there's a heightened need to be sure that we're accurately describing what council may do. You can pull back and reduce the range of your regulation kind of on the fly at a meeting without creating those concerns about notification, but to expand the scope does create some concern that there may be quite a few people out there who could be impacted by that rule, who wouldn't be aware that council would be discussing it. For example, so if there are property owners who want to come forward and say, hey, no, we really do need that 12 months for some reason, I'm not going to speculate, and bring some data forward to council on that, they haven't been given an opportunity to know that you're considering reducing to 6. So that's a concern.
I mean, so it seems like an issue kind of more of what is reasonably foreseeable for these landlords to be prepared to come tonight. And
it's about public notice of what regulatory action the council may take with its police power.
Yeah. So I don't really see how here it was agendized that we'd be discussing this issue. The HRC recommendation was referenced in the report so they could see, if I'm a landlord, I can see, okay, this recommendation has been made. It's not included in the staff recommendation, but it has been made by an advisory body to the council. Seems fair game to me that we would discuss that possibility and maybe recommend that we reduce that time from 12 months to 6 months.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the staff report says that those items would come back at a later time. So I don't think that we have clearly said to the public that we may consider this type of expanded regulation tonight.
So if we do pass it the way it is,
Yes, so one way to do this, if council wants, is to go ahead and adopt the drafted ordinance tonight on first reading. And then you'll have your second reading before you go on your break. You could also give us direction, policy direction, to come back with that minor change on consent, a first reading on consent in August.
great. I appreciate that. Can you help the clerk with the language to modify that in the motion? Thank you, City Attorney.
Is that clear enough, the unit occupancy? Oh, how should that be described?
Yeah,
I don't know if it's
section
reduced.
40, B. 6A040B.
Unit occupancy at the top of requirement in section.
Yes. Yeah, thanks. I think you just need the word period after minimum, unit occupancy minimum period, because we're not talking about number of units, we're talking about the length of time. Staff comfortable with the language?
We would be interested in any direction on the 24 months minimum requirement that accompanies the 12 months minimum requirement, which is for when a new tenant has joined the tenancy. It kind of shifts around the requirements a little bit. If you look at section 40B again. So if there's a new tenant, currently as it stands, you get protections if all of the renters have been there for 12 months or more, which we would presumably change to 6 months or more. But part 2 says, if one or more of the renters have continuously and lawfully occupied the residential rental unit for 24 months or more. So we would also like to receive directions if you would like to reduce that in tandem.
Yeah, my thought open would be to just cut that in half as well, like we're doing with the other. So reduce that to 12 months. After all this, my colleagues better pass this motion.
Yeah. So how about if we say and change other time periods consistent with this approach? And just because it's a complicated ordinance and the staff is concerned that when we read through it, we're going to find maybe other places. And so if we just adopting your approach of cutting in half the time, if we have that general direction, then we'll know what to do, hopefully get it right, and you can pass it on consent in August.
That's fine, as long as staff understands that consistent with this approach is the kind of the halving. Great.
So in the, but the 24 is in other spots, right? It's not only in B2, it's also.
Yes, Madam Clerk, maybe what you can do is after August 2023, instead of a period, put a comma and then just continue on with and change other time periods consistent. You've added the other section. Just delete that B224. Yeah, delete that part. No, not that whole thing. Just, sorry. Yes, that. Good. Right. And if you could collapse that into one sentence, then it. So after August 23, comma. Yep, that's it. Perfect. Was that paragraph important?
That was just another draft.
Okay, yeah, that was just another draft of the, yeah, I think we're good.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you for City Attorney's help. Okay, we can take the vote. Conduct the vote.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haim.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. And this concludes this item. We'll go to item number 14, which is item 14 is adoption of a resolution approving an addendum to the 2017 Comprehensive Plan Environmental Impact Report and adopting the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, approval of the 2023 to 2025 SCAP Work Plan, and review of the 2023 Earth Day Report. And I'll hand it to staff when they're ready.
All right, I think we're ready to proceed. So good evening, Mayor Ku and City Council. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. And just wanted to say the staff team on the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan is very happy to be here this evening with recommendations to move us forward with the updated SCAP that's been 3 years in the making. Before we get into the report, I wanted to point out that with me here are Christine Long, our Sustainability Manager, Jonathan Abendschein, Assistant Director of Utilities, and out there in the audience, Dean Batchelor, Director of Utilities. So next slide, please. So the actions before council tonight shown on this slide will essentially approve the updated SCAP and the plan for beginning implementation. Staff and the SCAP Ad Hoc Committee are recommending that council certify the comp plan EIR addendum for the SCAP and adopt the SCAP, as well as accepting the SCAP work plan that covers the next 3 years. In the presentation, we'll also briefly review the 2023 Earth Day report, which contains the most recent greenhouse gas inventory for 2021. Next slide. And before we jump into the process we've been through, given where we are today. So this timeline illustrates some of the work that's gone into the SCAP. The SCAP update was launched in 2020. Kind of looking above the blue line at community engagement steps, we kicked things off with a virtual community engagement workshop, had a series of webinars, SCAP ad hoc committee meetings, an online survey, a community electrification workshop. Looking at some of the key council involvement that's shown below the timeline there. April 2021 was when council established the SCAP ad hoc committee to guide the development of the SCAP and the community engagement process. And then last year in September and October, council approved the SCAP goals and key actions, approved the full service heat pump water heater program, and adopted the new carbon neutrality by 2030 goal. And really, council's action last year on those goals and key actions allowed us to commence the CEQA addendum work and develop the 3-year work plan to implement those goals and key actions. And that's what we've done. It's taken a little while since October to get basically the CEQA addendum work done. But now that that's complete, what we brought back to you is essentially the goals and key actions approved last year by council, translated into the rest of the SCAP update and 3-year work plan to begin that work. So with that little introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Christine, who will go through the next part of the presentation.
Thanks, Brad. Next slide, please. We can do, and then next slide. Thank you. So 2023 began with a historic bang of record precipitation and disastrous flooding throughout California. After 3 painfully dry years of drought, California was pummeled with what we learned are atmospheric rivers and bomb cyclones. So this pattern of alternating periods of drought and deluge is becoming California's new normal, thanks to climate change. The newest report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC for short, the world's most authoritative body on climate science, finds that this is just a taste of what's to come. Climate change has already impacted every region on Earth. We're not only smashing record after record for warming and other impacts, but the world in which we live today has no recent parallel. Next slide, please. The IPCC Working Group's 6th assessment report shows that no region will be left untouched by the impacts of climate change, with enormous human and economic costs that far outweigh the cost of action. The world will probably reach or exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius or 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit of warming within just the next 2 decades. Whether we limit warming to this level and prevent the most severe climate impacts depends on the actions we take now. Next slide, please. Palo Alto is ready to do our fair share. 80 by 30, which is what you've heard all this time, our target. 80 by 30 is the science-based target that represents our fair share of the global emissions reduction required to have emissions by 2030 and reach global net zero by 2050 in order to limit global warming by 1.5 degrees C. And in October 2022, Council adopted a goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2030. Next slide, please. So the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, or the SCAP for short, is a comprehensive document laying out the city's strategy to achieve our ambitious carbon reduction goals while improving our natural environment, adapting to climate impacts, and increasing livability for Palo Alto residents. While reducing emissions is a priority for the city, Palo Alto believes in a comprehensive view of sustainability, which is why we call it the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan. So 80 by 30 is the overarching goal, but we have several equally important goals in 8 areas. Waste and water. So the SCAP report, the full SCAP report, can be found in attachment B, and the resolution approving an addendum to the comprehensive plan environmental impact report and adopting the SCAP can be found in attachment C. Next slide, please. So this slide is very familiar to everyone. We and our consultant, AECOM, modeled the outcomes needed to achieve 80 by 30. The scenario described here represents the most technically feasible and cost-effective pathway we could identify. These are the outcomes we projected in the mobility, electric vehicles, and buildings policy areas needed to meet our climate action goals. So first, we need to reduce vehicle vehicle miles traveled through telecommuting and alternative commute modes. Second, we need to greatly expand electric vehicle adoption, both full-size electric vehicles as well as small EVs like e-bikes, e-scooters, and e-skateboards. In Palo Alto, registered vehicles represent only about a third of total on-road transportations. So the third priority is to get people commuting into or visiting Palo Alto to use EVs or alternate commutes as much as possible. And finally, we need to reduce emissions in the buildings area, which is one of the tougher areas to make progress. We're counting heavily on single family building emissions reductions due to the lower cost of electrifying single family homes and the fact that technologies are readily available to do so. We expect significant contributions from electrifying commercial rooftop packaged heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems, but other reductions in the commercial and multifamily sectors may be more difficult. But as we hear a lot, technology is constantly changing, so that might not be an issue in the very near future. Next slide, please. So as Brad mentioned, staff commenced the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, evaluation of the SCAP upon Council's October 3rd acceptance of the proposed SCAP goals and key actions. Due to the wide-reaching potential for some SCAP elements, the city's consultant AECOM prepared an addendum to the City of Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan Final Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, in order to evaluate the impacts of the proposed SCAP with its revised greenhouse gas reduction targets and strategies. The EIR addendum evaluated the potential environmental impact changes from the proposed SCAP and confirms that it would not alter the conclusions of the comp plan EIR or result in any significant or substantially more severe effects beyond what was previously analyzed. The EIR addendum finds that the changes would provide beneficial actions, promoting green building practices, such as increasing the use of renewable energy sources, promoting energy efficiency, reducing vehicle miles traveled, and promoting sustainable development. In addition, the addendum permits CEQA streamlining of future projects that conform to the SCAP. Now I'll turn the presentation over to Jonathan Abenshine, Assistant Director of Resource Management for City of Palo Alto.
Thank you, Christine. Good evening, council members. So I'm here to talk to you about the work plan. The SCAP itself provides a comprehensive approach to our sustainability goals, and the work plan provides the specific programs, initiatives, and staff efforts to implement that over the next 3 years. The SCAP work plan can be found in attachment D, and this work plan, let's see, can I please have the next slide and the following slide? There we go. The work plan had its origins in the SCAP impact analysis that we presented to council in April 2021 on how to achieve the 80 by 30 goals. The analysis had a list of actions that staff had analyzed in that impact analysis, and the council felt that list was a good starting point for a work plan. So we developed that into a work plan later that year and identified resource needs, staffing and non-salary budgets, and many of those resource needs were addressed in the FY 2022 mid-year and the FY 2023 budget. We continued to develop the work plan with the SCAP committee and the working group. And ultimately, we decided to prioritize heat pump water heaters, a decision that was memorialized at the June 14th, 2022 public SCAP working group meeting. We continued to develop that work plan while focusing on that water heater, launching that water heater program, getting feedback on the work plan from both the previous SCAP committee, the current SCAP committee, and the working group until we developed the plan you have here today for adoption. Next slide, please. Now, of course, while we developed the work plan, while we were developing the work plan, we were continuing to work on other projects that we could. And here are two examples. So we have the 2022 REACH code and the heat pump water heater advanced pilot program. The REACH code required all electric construction in new buildings in Palo Alto, as well as some remodels, and that included ADUs as well. The heat pump water heater program is a voluntary retrofit program, on the other hand. The REACH code affects around 200 to 300 new construction projects every year. The water heater program reduces emissions in up to 1,000 homes. And we would, with the success of that program, want to expand it to 1,000 homes, 1,000 water heaters per year. Now, these are not the only work plan projects that have progressed, but they illustrate an important point that we're not going to achieve the 80 by 30 goals by addressing new construction alone. It's important to prevent new gas infrastructure from going in, but replacing old infrastructure is absolutely critical if we want to achieve the 80 by 30 goals. And so you're going to see a lot of focus on that in the work plan. Next slide, please. Now, as I mentioned, the SCAP is the comprehensive and plan, but without as many specific timelines. The work plan has specific timelines and specific sub-projects in it. And like the SCAP, the work plan has two broad areas of focus: climate action and sustainability. There are 5 priority areas for the climate action section, and just broadly, what we're trying to focus on over this 3-year period is upgrading infrastructure to accommodate building and vehicle electrification, launching programs to encourage people to do the higher potential, lower cost emissions reduction measures that we know are feasible right now, engaging in a extensive communications effort to build community confidence in the SCAP and our abilities to help, identifying additional emissions reduction activities beyond those that we're already aware of. So especially, as Christine pointed out, looking at multifamily and non-residential buildings. And then lastly, identifying the funding that would be needed for full-scale electrification of the community. Next slide, please. Now, each of these priorities includes a number of programs. All of the details in the work plan, but this table gives you a little bit of a sense of what we're trying to do over the next few years. With priority 1, upgrading infrastructure, the first phase of the grid modernization study is largely completed, and we're moving into a very aggressive construction schedule. The first project is starting in calendar year 2023, and subsequent projects are intended to focus on neighborhoods in Palo Alto that have overhead electric lines. And the upgrade of all of those neighborhoods is supposed to be completed by the end of 2027. And as more and more work is completed, it'll open up many, many more neighborhoods where the city can run programs to facilitate electrification of all kinds of residential appliances beyond water heaters. More complex work, like work in undergrounded areas or substation upgrades, are prioritized later in the schedule, but all the work is supposed to be completed by 2030. There's if you're interested in more detail, there's an update on this on the Utilities Advisory Commission agenda on Wednesday, June 7th. Now, the second phase of this effort involves, there are a lot of technologies out there, solar storage, flexible loads, vehicle to home, vehicle to grid, that could provide some value in modernizing the grid. And so the second phase is looking at the ways these technologies could enhance reliability and resiliency or reduce the amount of investment needed to upgrade capacity for electrification. And that's part of the strategic plan listed there. To encourage electrification, you can see a list of programs here on the slide. I won't go through every one. But you see building and transportation programs are represented here. And when I say transportation, I mean both getting people out of cars and electrifying vehicles. So new staffings have been approved to implement building and vehicle electrification programs. I will say that the mobility programs, the active transportation programs, well, we have some programs in progress. We are making progress. We haven't been able to do as much as I think we'd originally talked about in this area in the impact analysis a couple of years ago. But I think the staffing additions proposed in the FY24 budget could help accelerate things. You can see that there are a lot of program launches planned for 2023 and 2024. There are also planning efforts like the EV strategic plan that will help determine programs for 2025. Next slide, please. Priority 3 is all about communications. So we need to build awareness of the need for climate action, the benefits of electrification, and that includes both environmental and health benefits, and build awareness of how the city can help people take action. The first action here is an one of the first actions that we've undertaken is outreach around the SCAP itself and the need for action on sustainability and climate action. We're also working on programs, campaigns like an electrification marketing campaign. Overall, our goal is to have our communications about programs and their results and about electrification generally to take place under one broad messaging umbrella instead of coming out piecemeal with different designs, different communications. We really want to have that comprehensive approach. KPI reporting is part of this priority. We want to show results, and we also want to help people understand that what we're doing to reduce the barriers or reduce concerns about things, reduce the major concerns that people have about things like the city's electric grid capacity, or whether the city will have the reliability if people start to rely mainly on electricity. Priority 4 is learning how to electrify parts of the community that city staff hasn't been so familiar with. When we did the impact analysis back in 2021, we were trying to identify enough emissions reductions to achieve 80% reductions from 1990 levels by 2030. We only managed to identify 71%. So this priority is all about getting that additional 9% with a focus on understanding multifamily and non-residential. And priority 5 pulls all these efforts together to help in a model to figure out what are the funding needs to support all of these efforts at full scale, and what sorts of funding sources could be used to fund these efforts. And to be clear, when I talk about these costs, I'm talking about not just the costs of the equipment itself, but also the cost to upgrade the grid, the cost of the impacts on the gas infrastructure, and the cost of continuing to operate the gas utility through declining sales while keeping it affordable for people to heat their homes if they haven't been able to electrify yet. So it's a really comprehensive study. Next slide, please. Now, I've talked a lot about climate action, but there is a really extensive focus on sustainability here as well. The sustainability section of the work plan focuses on, and I will say that there's a lot of extra focus on climate action in part because it's less familiar to us. We have done a lot on sustainability, and I think we know what we need to do more. So the sustainability section focuses on reducing waste, creating a sustainable and holistically managed water system, adapting to a changing climate, facing things like sea level rise, for example, or wildfires, and enhancing the city's thriving urban canopy. The sustainability section key actions were prioritized using a co-benefits analysis conducted by the city's consultant, AECOM. Co-benefits means identifying the ancillary benefits of environmental efforts, like, for example, equity, air quality, health. You can find these in the SCAP. I'm not sure if we have the co-benefits published, but you can find that analysis in this staff report. So we can answer questions on the work plan, but first I'll turn it back to Christine Long to discuss the Earth Day report.
Thank you, Jonathan. Next slide, please. So how is Palo Alto doing in reducing our emissions? Next slide, please. In 2021, we emitted an estimated 359,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, compared to 1990, which was about 780,000. That's a 54% decrease in total community emissions, despite a population increase of 19.5% during that same time period. So to put that into perspective, that's about 5.4 metric tons of CO2e per Palo Alto resident in 2021 compared to 14 metric tons in 1990. And the California Air Resources Board recommends a goal of 6 metric tons per capita by 2030. So we have met that goal. The full 2021 greenhouse gas inventory can be found in attachment E, and the table showing the 1990 versus 2021 greenhouse gas emissions by sector and subsector can be found in attachment F. Next slide, please. So just visually to show you our In order to achieve our 80 by 30 target of 156,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, this is the green line is where we need to get. Next slide, please. This is a very familiar infographic. The main sources of Palo Alto's greenhouse gas emissions are very simple. The red represents road transportation, which is about 2/3 of our remaining emissions, and about 1/3 of road transportation emissions are from residents, 1/3 from commuters, and 1/3 from visitors. And the blue section is natural gas consumption, which is about 1/3 of our remaining emissions. About 19% is from residential use of natural gas, 16% from commercial, and 3% from industrial. Next slide, please. So Palo Alto currently purchases carbon offsets to balance emissions from natural gas use. If we include these natural gas offsets towards our carbon neutrality goal, then we're currently at 71% reductions. And this graph shows the targets needed to meet our 80 by 30 goal and achieve carbon neutrality. If we continue to purchase natural gas offsets, which will hopefully decrease as natural gas consumption decreases, then we'll need to invest in future offsets or carbon sequestration to meet our carbon neutrality by 2030 goal. Next slide, please. So in addition to our overall emissions reductions progress, we are tracking key performance indicators in all SCAP areas. Here are just some of the highlights in each of our 8 SCAP areas. In our climate action area, as Jonathan mentioned, we have a new REACH code and launched a full service heat pump water heater program. 1 in 5 households in Palo Alto now drives an electric vehicle. And Palo Alto received the League of American Bicyclists Gold Level Bicycle Friendly Community Award. Next slide, please. In our sustainability areas, we kicked off the One Water planning process and completed the sea level rise vulnerability assessment. Council adopted an updated tree ordinance, and the city extended a successful pilot program that will keep more plastic and paper recyclables in the US. Next slide, please. And while we're proud of the progress we've made so far, we're excited to move all our focus towards implementation once the SCAP is hopefully approved tonight. And we can't achieve any of our goals without the buy-in of our community. So community engagement and collaboration will be a very key component of our implementation. So now I'll turn the presentation back to Brad Eggleston.
Thank you, Christine. So we've listed a few of our next steps here. This is really just as we've described the shift into the implementation phase, continuing to work with the SCAP ad hoc committee, planning some public meetings, marketing campaign that Jonathan mentioned. Those are some of the key things. Next slide. And that really takes us to our recommendation for the council tonight. So that's the end of the staff presentation, and Mayor Koo, we'll turn it back to you.
Thank you for the presentation. And Councilmember Burt, you're the ad hoc committee. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes. As chair of the ad hoc committee, I want to just add a few additional comments. First, I want to say that this plan and program is really comprehensive, and it has taken a great deal of both staff work and commitment to put together such a multifaceted program. When we adopted this goal in 2016, we had this great foundation of having gone to carbon neutral electricity. And that was actually internationally recognized as at the forefront of climate action. And then the balance of where we go from there, we've come to understand is a lot more complicated and multifaceted than getting to that carbon neutral electricity. And there are a lot of hurdles along the way. But we've seen that we haven't identified any barriers, no brick walls. It's complicated. It's going to take a full court press, but we've seen how we can get from where we are to where we're aiming. And I'll say that in the first few years after we adopted the 80-30 goal, we weren't making this level of progress. And there was beginning to be a refrain among leadership on the council and otherwise saying, well, that was an aspirational goal. We never really thought we could get there, but we should, try to move in that direction. We're back on a committed path. And if we fall short, we're not going to fall way short. We're seeing that there's just a real rapid transformation that's occurring. But I did want to take a step back and talk about something Christina talked about. Why is this so important? In addition to the fundamental aspect that climate change is a severe existential threat to us, and more so our children and their children. And this is a moral obligation that we have to all of us. But it's not just at that high level of we have a climate global warming that we're needing to address, but what are those major impacts of it? There are huge public health impacts. There, even locally, we already have major climate impacts that are either occurring or threatening us here. Not just sea level rise, but also the incredible threat of wildfire in our half of our acreage of our city being in wildlands. And even we've seen this last winter, we had a flood that could have been worse. The experts are saying that those severe flood events are more likely to be more frequent and more severe than they've been in the past. But then intersect that risk with the wildfire risk. All of our flood protection efforts are based upon a model that says we have a watershed that holds back the water. And if we have a mega fire in our wildlands, our flood protection goes down the river. So we've now really moved forward on these areas. John had spoken briefly about in the fall, we adopted not only this tentative goals and key actions, but needed to go through with the environmental analysis and the refinement. But we also adopted this REACH code. And I actually want to argue that the REACH code is even more important than we were recognizing. We have a housing plan that would increase our housing supply addresses heat pump water heaters. It is all new residential construction would be all electric. And that's not just the water heater. That is the HVAC system, the furnace, and all other elements. And so all those new units are going to be immediately fully electric with carbon neutral electricity. So that's 20% increase in our population. Also, the REACH code requires all new units to be EV charger ready. It applies to the accessory dwelling units, the ADUs, major remodels. So it's not just that 7, it's major remodels. At least on the heat pump water heaters on the major remodels, it has an 80% diversion of construction waste. And it has a requirement that we move toward low carbon concrete, which we were talking about earlier. Commercial buildings are all electric appliances, EV charging infrastructure, and low carbon concrete. So that REACH code is very complementary to this goals and key actions. The two together really put us on an excellent path, but it's going to be a lot of work. So I do want to just to emphasize that we've got, in addition to the heat pump water heater program, we're beginning to look at the pilot of commercial roof pack systems for their HVAC systems for commercial properties. This EV strategic plan that's in the plan is extremely important. when we started this analysis 2 years ago, we really said, well, we got transportation and buildings. And what we ended up discovering is that first, what's been triggering the transformer upgrades and the stress on our grid has been primarily large home EV chargers. All of us who have had EVs have basically been told by the manufacturers, put in a big, it's called a level 2, 240 volt charger that's 50, 60 amps, and that's what's been triggering the transformer upgrades. And so right now, EVs, putting the big chargers in, have been causing a stress on the system that might prevent people from being able to electrify their homes, or their neighbors being able to put in a charger or electrify. So right sizing of all the appliances, whether it's EV charger, the heat pump water heater, all those things are a big part of what we need to move toward and recognize and be part of our education program. That whole marketing program needs to include right sizing of these things. We should give a real shout out on this, on the heat pump water heater program, which is going to be the model that we would then use to go into home, other electrification like our HVAC systems in homes, is a shout out to Carbon Free Palo Alto, who really modeled and proposed what they call their Be Smart program, which is very similar to what we finally adopted. And then we also are needing to see, as Christine said and John said, we've got to look at how we're going to squeeze some more reductions. The great news is that the advancement of technologies is accelerating at a rapid pace right now, and the costs of many of those technologies are going down. We're right on the cusp this year, going into the next couple of years, of seeing EVs have an incredible range of vehicles that are available at various price ranges. And the costs are dropping rapidly, primarily because the volume increase and the huge advancements in battery technology. The cost of renewables themselves have been declining 80 to 90% over the last 20 years. And what they've seen is that for every doubling of the installed base of solar globally, the cost goes down 20%. It's been for 20 years a fairly straight line on that. And that means that in the next few years, renewables are going to really a great basis for being optimistic, because they're a foundation for so much of the rest of this. We do need to be aware that we've seen a part of our recent reductions has been because we've had a reduction in commute trips first from COVID, and then from the longer term change in increased remote work. We'll hold on to a good portion of that, but some of that is probably going to return. And so we're going to have 20% increase in population. Even with this REACH code, it's going to be lower impact per new resident. But we're going to have a lot more people, and we will probably have some return to the number in the rebound in the number of commute trips. It's probably going to be stabilized at well below what we had historically, which we had a modest goal in reducing or increasing the number of workers or days that were by commuting. This is one of the things that was unexpected from this COVID transformation, is that's looking very permanent on at least some hybrid work model. The other thing that we are seeing is this in the technology advancement is this real rapid and important progression of smart systems, so that we're having not only smart grids at the state level and the local level on the horizon, smart panels at our homes that can accommodate more power draw on the same panel size, and even smart appliances. And then within we talked about the EVs, the future is two-way EV charging. It's called vehicle to grid or vehicle to home or vehicle to X. The amount of storage that we have in our vehicles collectively is massive and just growing. And it's going to be plenty for the whole grid to be stabilized off of that when we move into EVs that have greater life to the batteries in the next few years. Right now, our EVs don't have that battery life to go through that many charge cycles, but that's right on the horizon as well. And it will mean that we're going to be able to, instead of those EVs putting stress on our grid, they're going to become a solution to the problem. We can opt in to say, all right, I'm going to charge my EV during the day when we'll have variable rate pricing. The cheapest power is during the day when we're producing the most solar power. That's when we charge our vehicles. When we have a peak load and more expensive power, we'll say, I'm not going to LA tomorrow. You can use half of the power that I charge during the day. And instead of charging me evening power rates, I'll instead sell power. And this is going to be really a big part of the whole new smart system. So then I lastly want to talk just a little bit on the communications, because we have a communications program going forward. We're soon going to see this marketing program. A lot of it's going to be, how do we really enlist more people to sign up first for our heat pump water heater program and then otherwise. But I think we all run into members of the community who say, wait a minute, for this reason or that, I have a real problem with this transformation. I cook with gas. I love my gas cooking, or whatever reason. And we're going to need to have that broader communication that shows people that their quality of life is better with this electrification. When you have a heat pump furnace, you get air conditioning at the same time from the same system. And instead of that furnace blasting on and off, it's steady state and smooth. When you have induction cooking, what we see is that the new induction cooktops are highly precise. And we're getting more and more chefs who are saying, I'm never going back to cooking with gas. I used to think gas was the greatest thing, and now I think induction is the greatest thing. And the health is incredible. The reminder that studies have shown in the home creates a 40% increase in the likelihood of childhood asthma. And when that sinks into parents, that is overwhelming. And so we put all those things together, and I think we'll have the opportunity to really have more and more people embrace this change, especially when they have a neighbor, a family member, or a friend who has done it and says, we did it, it's great. It's not painful, and it's saving me money, and it's healthier, and it's more comfortable. But we're going to have to rapidly build that base and communicate that, because this is a big change for our society and for our community. And we can't assume that we can just tell them, I know what's right for you. I'm from government. I'm here to help you. We can't succeed with just that message. It's going to take a real comprehensive communication to do that. So once again, I want to thank my colleagues, council members Vinker and Vice Mayor Stone on the SCAP committee, and the community members that have waded in on this, the community advisors and all the participants. This is an effort that takes a village, and we're really seeing this kind of progress. So thanks again to staff, and thanks for giving me this time to share those thoughts.
Would the other committee members want to say anything?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Keep my my comments brief. I had the honor of working on the SCAP ad hoc committee this year and really had an opportunity to be able to dive deep into the issues, appreciate staff's patience and knowledge and ability to be able to collate all this information and put it together and make these recommendations and help guide us through the process. I think Councilmember Burt put that so articulately. It takes a village, and it really was with staff, my council colleagues, as well as all the community members and organizations. This would not have been possible without everyone. So really hoping my colleagues are going to be able to just swiftly and enthusiastically adopt this recommendation tonight. I have no doubt that everyone at this dais, and I think the overwhelming majority of people in this community, understand that climate change is the single greatest threat to our lives today, and probably the greatest existential threat to the world since the height of the Cold War. Now, I understand, I've talked to a lot of people in the community around this issue, and I understand their skepticism, that many wonder if the city should be undertaking this effort. But the fact is, 75% of global energy-related CO2 emissions are attributable to cities. So if not cities, not us, the city, then who? I really do think we have a moral responsibility to be able to do all we can to address this crisis and to mitigate those emissions, especially the ones that we are directly responsible for. And that's really what this plan does. And in addition to mitigating our own emissions, which alone is a really important goal, I acknowledge that it really is a drop in the bucket in preventing and later reversing climate change. So for me, I think the real reason we are doing this is simply because of the expanded influence that the city of Palo Alto has in these issues, especially for a city of our size, through our reputation as a regional leader on these green policies. And so when we act, others really do pay attention. And if we can inspire other cities to pursue aggressive climate mitigation policies by showing we were able to do it, then I think we can and we must. So I'm excited for this. I think this is an incredible first step.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo, and thank you to staff, colleagues, former council members who worked on this for such a long time, and all the community members, as Chair Burt mentioned, who have worked so hard to get us here. I have really enjoyed chewing over thinking through all the great stuff we're going to do on this front. I mean, we really do need to adapt to the massive climate change that Christine described. We need to be responsible with our waste and our water and protect our natural environment. But where we're really running out of time is on climate action. And so thanks for explaining all of that, Chair Burt, what we've put in play here. And, you know, as he described in that portion of our SCAP, we focus on the two big sources of greenhouse gases, vehicles and buildings. And there's a lot we have to do on both. For vehicles, as was explained, we have to right-size EV charging and make it more ubiquitous. And we have to get people out of their cars and support bicyclists and pedestrians. And for buildings, we need to push forward on our ambitious heat pump water heater program and follow on with the heat pump HVAC program for buildings and, for commercial buildings and residences, as was described. And we need to ensure that our friends in the business sector do their part beyond just the rooftop HVACs over time. And we need to modernize the grid to have the capacity and the resilience, as was described in the staff presentation, to support these efforts, along with the workforce to maintain it. And perhaps most important, as we've touched on, is that we need to make it as easy as possible for our residents to participate. We need to make sure that they have clear, accurate, and readily available information. I love Jonathan's description of the marketing campaign to make it consistent and get it out there so that they have information about green alternatives. And we need to make sure our permitting and other city processes are a help, not a hindrance in this whole effort. So this plan has a lot in it. This will not be simple. Some of our priorities and next steps will need adjustment as we go, which is a good thing because this is a living document. We're going to have to prioritize and simplify next steps in our work plan as we go. But I believe that if we do all of that, that the people of Palo Alto will embrace it and we will meet our goals and we will protect our planets and our children's future. It won't be easy, but we need to do this. So thank you all for getting us to this point. It's truly exciting.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't sure if you wanted to go to public comment before you heard from the rest of us.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I join my colleagues in wanting to commend staff and the SCAP ad hoc and prior councils. Some former leaders are in the gallery. Former Mayor Larry Klein is here, who's such a champion of the environment, all the community members. This is something we can all be so proud of. And of course, there's so much more work to do and so much more opportunity to get it right. And what I want to offer is, as I think as a member of the budget committee, the finance committee, about the big situation coming of ramping down our use of natural gas, ramping up and readying the grid for electric, and how to really bring a community on board with the behavioral change that's going to be necessary. It occurs to me that our strong neighborhood identity and infrastructure in our city might be something we can tap into for the help. In other words, if we are slowly trying to get everybody on board with swapping out their appliances and the vehicles they use, and so that we can stop investing in gas mains and start investing more in electric, and all of that has to sort of happen in this beautiful symphony. We might be able to get Barron Park excited about, we're going to be the first. We're going to be the first neighborhood to get X percentage, fully onto the grid of electric. And Crescent Park will say, no, it's going to be us. And Green Meadow will say, no, it's going to be us. And College Terrace will say, no, it's going to be us. And to really tap into that pride and that competitive nature of, every single one of us has to help us all get there, but maybe we can have a little bit of neighborhood fun in doing it. And the reason I'm saying that, which may sound silly and insignificant as an idea, is, as has been mentioned, we're planning to build so much new housing. With 2,000 units of housing planned for San Antonio Road, this new neighborhood that doesn't yet exist, or multifamily district, which might be the better term than neighborhood given its urban nature, this new area of our city might be an opportunity for us to demonstrate how you do it right from scratch. So my big ask for staff and the SCAP ad hoc and the housing ad hoc is whether we might acknowledge that the San Antonio Charleston corridor is our opportunity to show people how it's done, that humans can live more densely near transit with parks and grocery and retail and amenities and trees in homes that are 100% electric with the grid right size to handle all of it. And if we are able to proceed with that degree of vision and intentionality and document it, might we then be able to better facilitate getting the magnificent work of Palo Alto out to the world? Can we use the blueprint for the San Antonio-Charleston corridor as a way to share with others in our region, in our Bay, in our California, in our nation, in our world, those who have far fewer intellectual resources, financial resources, entrepreneurial resources than we have right here, who are looking for help at how it gets done? Might that not be a bite-sized example of how we can create this city that is sustainable and livable and wonderful out into the future that our children and grandchildren deserve? And that's the kind of vision I would love to see all of us collectively pulling for together. And I think we can actually do it. So I'm just super excited. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go for public comments, please.
Our first speaker is Andrea Gara, followed by Hillary Glenn.
Thank you. I wanted to start out also by thanking council and staff for all of the thought and effort that went into this SCAP. That said, I am a member of an advocacy group, 350 Palo Alto, so I'm going to be urging you to move even faster, particularly in regard to building electrification. I wanted to share this graphic tonight from the scientists at Project Drawdown. We've all heard a lot tonight about the urgency of the climate situation. Scientists are telling us that in order to avoid catastrophic warming, we largely have to act by 2030. And I think this is a really great illustration of why that's the case. So it works a lot like a retirement account. The red line is the trajectory of greenhouse gas emissions we're on today. Think of that as our spending. And reductions that happen early are like savings that go into that retirement account. They get multiplied out for many years into the future. And you can see that the reductions that happen between 2020 and 2030 make up the bulk of that blue wedge. As we move out closer and closer to 2050, you see that the pie wedge is getting sliced thinner and thinner. By 2040, no matter how steep the cuts are, they're going to have very little impact. I'd like us all to keep this graphic in mind, especially as we make our own plan for the next few years. We heard tonight that building electrification, particularly multifamily, is one of the hardest tasks that we have. It makes intuitive sense to roll out pilot programs carefully, to start with the low-hanging fruit, and to take ample time to build community support. But emergency situations call for new ways of doing things. We saw that illustrated recently during the pandemic when we had a record-breaking rollout of a vaccine in the face of a real crisis. At the IPCC meeting in March, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres referred to climate as a ticking time bomb. In his words, we now need to do everything, everywhere, all at once.
Our next speaker is Hillary Glenn, followed by Larry Klein.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members, as well as city staff. I am Hillary Glenn. I'm a 25-year resident of Barron Park. I'm a co-leader of the 350 Palo Alto Climate Team, and I'm further wearing my EV Ambassador t-shirt to show you my climate creds. So thank you, Council and staff, for all your hard work creating our current SCAP work plan, particularly your inclusion of informed members of the community, such as we know Bruce Hodge, Matt Passel, and others, to build what is a very solid plan. I am a retired senior marketing executive, so I'd like to comment on the publicity nature of the plan, specifically what I now know as priority 3, build community and confidence in the plan. We really need excellent communications to our residents about our path to full electrification. When our climate action team tables at various city events, we hear a lot of enthusiasm about electrification. We also hear, and they are totally terrified when you start talking about the health impacts of gas stoves. That is very true. And we hear a lot of confusion and concerns and misinformation. So this is an area we really encourage the city to focus on. We're very excited about the communication plan established for the grid modernization project. I understand it includes a marketing team that will keep residents up to date on when their neighborhood is ready for full electrification. Furthermore, we recently demonstrated at an EV event over in Los Altos. We did a vehicle to load, or as we prefer to call it, vehicle to appliance demonstration of an EV powering a super cool induction walk. And we were definitely the most popular EV at the show. I mean, this really is important because it addresses one of the city's residents' big fears is what happens when the lights go out. How can I take out a gas line and then I have nothing when there is no electricity? I know that the city also sponsored a popular EVs for backup power event last week, which had a similar message.
So the missing communications piece for me involves natural gas. I believe that the city needs to really create and publicize a timeline for when we're going to turn off natural gas in the city, which I believe is mentioned on pages 66, 7, and 68 of the SCAP plan. Having this communication will help residents be able to plan and make rational and economically prudent decisions about when to switch out their gas appliances. So I cannot overstate the value of having a communication plan about shutting off gas in the city. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Larry Klein, followed by John Kelly.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for being where we are today with regard to a plan that we can be very proud of. And I very much want to also recognize the beautiful speech by Council Member, former Mayor Burt, outlining just where we are, not just as a community, but where we are in the world. I want to mention just two things for you tonight that may be useful to you in your deliberations. One, the lawsuit against the city of Berkeley, which came down 2 or 3 weeks ago, and where we should be. I attended one of the webinars on this subject. There have been many webinars, and my guess is that the city attorney has come up with about 6 different memos. I've seen a couple of them written by law firms around the state and the country. One of the things that the takeaway is that a survey has been done of the Bay Area cities, and roughly half the cities are sort of standing still, not knowing what they should be doing because of the Ninth Circuit decision in the Berkeley case. I would urge you not to be one of those cities that is just going to stand still. This is a time when we cannot stand still. We need to move for all the reasons that you've heard many times before. If you take on this as a comparison of what we could be spending money on. Some people have said, okay, we got this decision from the Ninth Circuit. Let's see where we are. We can spend the money on legal fees, or we can spend it on some other things. I would submit to you, when you do a comparison, there is no issue, no possibility of doing anything that's more significant than keeping the gas ban that Berkeley has and the various activities that we need to be doing in Palo Alto. When you look at the charts that you've seen, 18.9% of the potential reduction of greenhouse gases goes to existing single-family residences. That number dwarfs anything else that the council could be doing. Legal fees, of course, are not trivial, as I well know as a former lawyer, but they're small compared to what we can accomplish if we continue to have the law as it should be, rather than the very misguided decision of the Ninth Circuit. The second thing is, in addition to staying the course, that's my takeaway to you. Please stay the course and not get distracted by lawsuits from the gas industry and people like that. My colleague Hillary Glenn just mentioned to you what's stated in the report, that we need to eliminate the use of gas in single-family residences by 2030. And that's very good that it's reflected actually in the report. We're hopeful that you will go forward in that and make it an official, actual proclamation that we have a firm date. And that's because, as Hillary has mentioned, that people need to plan. There's a significant difference between natural gas use in the home and buying an electric vehicle. Almost everybody likes an electric vehicle. People take them as something to be proud of. Neighbors say, hey, I just bought a new EV. Isn't that great? And people say, oh, I really want to get one of those. I'll be right with you.
Thank you for your comment. You are over your
finish
time.
one thing. Nobody is going to be introducing their new heat pump to their neighbors. There's no such thing as being a proud heat pump owner. There's got to be some other shock to the system, and I really worry that the shock to the system will be a disaster, and I don't want that to occur. So I think that we need to stay the course and set a date. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Kelly, followed by Susan Chamberlain.
Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, council members, I'd like to pick up on two things that were said earlier. First by you,
Vice Mayor Stone. I really agree with you that this should be adopted, but I also agree with you that it would be a drop in the bucket. And I would also like to agree with the comment that former mayor and former council member Klein just made, that we do need a shock to the system. The shock that I would like to deliver tonight is contained on page 28 of 148 of the staff report. And it's, as far as I can tell, a phrase that really hasn't been mentioned by anyone this evening. And those are the words scope 3. So when we say that it's a drop in the bucket, what we really need to realize is that all of the numbers we've been talking about, all of the numbers that were summarized in the staff presentation this evening concern scopes 1 and 2. They do not actually, and please, members of the staff, I don't get to ask you questions, but please interrupt me if I'm wrong. Because my understanding, and again, I would cite to that page in the staff report, is that everything you've heard this evening concerns scope 1 and scope 2 emissions. Now, for wealthy communities like Palo Alto, this really is a drop in the bucket because it does not count our consumption. We heard a lot about vehicle miles traveled. We didn't hear anything about aerial miles traveled. There was a report recently. We had a delegation here from Denmark last year. Many of you were at that presentation down at Mitchell Park. There was a report in Danish TV the other day that when Danes were told what the additional non-scope 1 and scope 2, I'm paraphrasing here, emissions were, they were just shocked by the additional amount of their carbon pollution that they were putting out. So let's not kid ourselves. Let's understand that even if we achieve these goals, we're only achieving a fraction of what the world really needs. And that is we have to bring our emissions, including our scope 3 emissions, down to zero. Threat. This is not a plan for dealing with an existential threat. Now, it's not a reason not to adopt it tonight, but I want to thank the city attorney for saying what you could do this evening. You could adopt this, but you could also give the staff direction to do 3 things. 1, report back on September 1st with the real numbers showing scope 3 emissions. 2, seriously consider a carbon tax, which would provide people with information. And 3, come up with a plan for how you would use that carbon tax to finance things such as the grid electrification, which everyone knows we need to do. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Chamberlain, followed by Liz Gardner.
Thank you. I'm also a member of 350 Palo Alto Climate Action, and I would like to speak about setting a sunset date for gas shutoff. As you may remember, our team presented a request at your February 6th council meeting, asking you to, by the end of the year, set a sunset date for gas shutoff. I'm very heartened by the priorities set in the work plan to meet the SCAP 80/30 goals, and specifically focusing on home electrification and installation of rooftop HVAC systems on commercial buildings. This is a wonderful beginning, and we need to do more than wait for voluntary adoption if we're going to meet our 80/30 goal. I had the opportunity several months ago to do door-to-door canvassing for the heat pump water heater pilot program the city is sponsoring. In talking to residents, I learned a lot. They are extremely concerned about the climate crisis. No climate deniers I ran across. And many do not connect the dots at all between the climate crisis and burning fossil fuels in their homes. Many well-educated citizens of our city have not realized the simple truth. To save our planet, we have to quit burning gas everywhere, including our homes. We have a lot of education to do in our city. Setting a sunset date and publicizing it everywhere is a highly effective way to get people talking, thinking, reacting, and planning. And that's what we want. Setting a sunset date that is widely publicized helps people and companies plan for the transition to electric. In most areas of our lives, we have target dates and deadlines to get things done, be it a product launch, a school paper, or home remodel. That is how we human beings operate. We organize ourselves around deadlines. Companies, apartment owners, and homeowners need to know that by X year date, they have to transition their buildings to electric so they can plan these projects. We need a sunset date in tandem with a broad-based, comprehensive educational program. It's really important to frame this as an opportunity to save our planet, to have an Earth that can support all living things, including our grandchildren. So it is not that we are taking away something like gas stoves, for instance, but it's about giving people something they can do with their existential anxiety about the climate crisis. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz Gardner, followed by Julia Zeitlin.
Hi, thank you for speaking to this issue tonight. And I would like to reinforce what some of you on the council have already talked about tonight, which is housing and the cost of housing and how unsustainable it is and how coupled it is with our quote unquote existential climate crisis. I really believe that if we are not building multifamily homes with quality materials, home residents with quality appliances, and I'm not talking about luxury, I'm not talking about high end, I'm talking about quality lasting materials, reducing the amount of pouring concrete, using other sustainable materials. I don't want to repeat what one of the council members did talk about, but in these supporting these ideas to coincide with this existential crisis as well as vehicles miles traveled. I was at dinner tonight with my sons, and we were listening to you guys talking, and one of his points was, and he gave me permission to communicate this, was he wants to know, what are we doing locally about the large global companies that are unregulation central right here in our own town? So basically these global companies are, maybe they have a, sustainable heat pump system, yet they're offsetting or offloading a lot of poison around our earth. And or they're mining for certain materials and minerals in third world countries and paying very low wages. So that is an existential crisis right there. Okay, so we can do good here and feel good about ourselves, but we could do better, and especially about our low wage workers. That's also an existential crisis with the wage disparity, the housing, and our climate. I did want to mention it was 115 degrees last summer. It was right here in Palo Alto. It was terrible. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you for your presentation, and thanks for all your support, council. Good night.
Our next speaker is Julia Zeitlin, followed by Sharia Vardhan.
Good evening, City Council members and staff. Thank you for your presentation, and I hope you are doing well. I'm Julia Zeitlin, and I'm the co-founder of Pacc, the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. I'm here today with fellow activists to support and call on you, the City Council, to approve the SCAP update, 3-year work plan, and the EIR addendum. Approval of these items has been delayed for far too long, approximately 2 years. While the research and planning phase of any policy is a key part in its success, there is a danger in agonizing over details, continuing to doubt whether everything possible has been included in the plan, and simply moving too slowly and cautiously. We have 6.5 more years until 2030, and it is evident that we need to move at a faster rate. We are ready to transition to the implementation stage of our climate goals. As national progress slows and compromises on the debt ceiling threaten the impact of the IRA and help further developments like the Mountain Valley Pipeline, it is even more evident that local action must be prioritized. Our national government will not be here to swoop in and save us from climate catastrophe. It is up to us to design our city to be the 2030 model of sustainability we pictured back in 2016 that can inspire change nationwide. Instead of making national headlines about providing an exemption for new natural gas construction, let's make national headlines for being the city that devoted ourselves to our climate goals, electrified our buildings, increased our tree canopy, and made our city a walkable, bikeable, gas-free success. Let's make national headlines about setting and implementing a natural gas sunset plan. Don't let fear of disapproval from a small but loud few rule your votes and initiatives. Don't let fear of litigation pressure you into letting the climate crisis win. We urge you to support the SCAP update and view tonight as the beginning of a new pace of progress. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sharia Fardhan, followed by Talia Shob.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for the discussion of the climate action plan tonight. My name is Shreya Vardhan, and I'm a postdoc in physics at Stanford and a member of the 350 Palo Alto climate team. I'm here to equitable transition away from natural gas. According to the SCAP report, Palo Alto recognizes the importance of proactively including socially vulnerable groups and those who have been traditionally underrepresented in planning processes to participate in the city's sustainability and climate efforts. This is an important goal. Palo Alto has a large fraction, around 35% of wealthy households with an annual income of over $200,000. At the same time, about 24% of households have incomes lower than $60,000. These include multifamily homes and renters, and they will bear highly disproportionate costs unless we take active steps to include them in the energy transition. According to a report by GridWorks based on discussions with utilities and energy companies, California's current trajectory could cause gas prices to increase by around 12 times by 2050 compared to current levels. The increased prices would come from the fact that the costs of operating reliable infrastructure for gas are expected to stay constant or increase, while the number of people using natural gas in their homes will continue to decrease. The higher infrastructure costs will be shared by a much smaller number of low-income consumers. Such stark price increases will make it impossible for renters like me to live in the city. To avoid this, Palo Alto needs to help multifamily homes to electrify at the same time as single-family homes. Setting a sunset date for natural gas by the end of this year will provide an important signal to owners of multifamily homes to start planning now for the transition. It will also encourage them to start taking advantage of the federal, state, and local rebates that are available to them for home electrification. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Talia Shob.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Talia Shubi. I'm a rising junior at Gunn High School and a member of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or Pacc. I joined Pacc at the beginning of this year, and I have since learned so much about Palo Alto's powerful progress when it comes to climate action. I've learned about Palo Alto's SCAP, including the Goals and Key Actions Plan and the 3-year work plan, which will hopefully be passed. We strongly urge you to support the SCAP update so the city can take concrete action on what has been in the works for years. Adopting the EIR addendum as well as the updated Sustainability and Climate Action Plan is an absolutely essential step in improving our city's sustainability, one that we have been waiting for. The priorities and work items outlined in the 3-year work plan are inspiring, especially regarding modernization of the electricity grid. Approving it is a step towards turning proposed goals into the implementation stage. We greatly appreciate all that the council has done regarding the SCAP so far, along with everything that you will do. However, it is important to note that the approval of the updated SCAP is largely overdue. Climate change does not wait for us, so we urge the council to move faster when it comes to climate and sustainability. We want to show that there is support from students, from young people in Palo Alto, for the SCAP and for the city's efforts in climate action. We sincerely support the approval of this item, and we thank the staff and council for the action you are taking. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Back to council. I see Councilmember Burt's light on.
Well, I would be glad to make a motion if we're ready, and then we can still have discussion on the motion if appropriate. Okay. All right. So I would like to move the staff recommendations. I think the clerk has them before us.
A second.
Great. I would just add to the really valuable comments that my colleagues and the public has made is I want to follow on to Vice Mayor Stone's talk about when he was referring to a drop in the bucket. My understanding was he wasn't referring to the very important future issue that we will need to tackle of consumption-based emissions. But rather, I understood him to be referring to that in and of itself, our GHG reductions are a drop in the bucket globally. However, leading cities globally to get to 100% carbon neutral electricity, that had a massive impact on other cities believing that they could do so, especially when we were able to show that we do this at a cost of 40% below PG&E rates to our residents. This area that is more complicated is going to be the responsibility and the need for leading cities, us and others, to develop this series of programs and plans that show how we can effectively implement these policies. It's one thing for cities to say, oh, we're going to do X and Y by 2030, absent plans and programs and implementation. But we're going to learn from this, and we will be adopting and adapting a whole series of changes as we go through this process. When we go toward beyond the hot water heater program to furnaces, it will be based on the learning experiences that we've done in trying to scale those kinds of programs. A comprehensive EV strategy, all of those things are going to be really valuable learning lessons that we will share with others, and we will learn from other cities that are on the leading edge that we can draw from real quickly. But there's not a lot of time to develop this whole set of programs. And we and other leading cities are going to have an impact far beyond our direct greenhouse gas reductions. And that's really important. So thanks.
Councilmember Finker, would you like to speak to your second?
Yeah, just briefly, I want to echo that. If we do this on our own, we're not going to get there, but we can do it with others. We've seen our sibling city in Indiana look toward us to see what we're doing at the climate event we had in November. I watched at the U.S. Conference of Mayors last summer when then Mayor Burt was up on an EV panel alongside the mayors of Atlanta and Phoenix, much larger than we, and all anyone wanted to know was, what are you doing in Palo Alto? So we do need to be aggressive. We do need to be bold. We do need to be nimble as we live into this. And I believe that we can be, and that if we do, we'll have an outsized impact by our actions.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thanks. My sort of global question here as it applies to Palo Alto is I agree with ex-Mayor Klein that a cool hot water heater isn't too appealing. A cool car is really appealing. The question to me is, who pays the bills? So in the work plan, I see what we have here, and none of this is what I'm about to say is not a criticism whatsoever. But in the work plan, we have things in 24 full-scale multifamily EV charger program, but it's tentative. Vision Zero program, tentative. Getting down there, decisions on how to fund, that's important. The priority electrification areas. And back over on page, staff report, page 13, you acknowledge the fiscal resource impact and even say that in the beginning of this year, budget year, most will need to be prioritized in consideration of competing priorities. And all of that is true. But to get to our goals, what's your sort of confidence level that the money is going to be there? Because what somebody wants to do to put in an electric stove is to say, sure, put it in, pay the bill. And as a public comment just said, something like 35% have salaries under $60,000. It is impossible to expect them to pay those bills. So we have to come up with a lot of money to help finance this thing. And I'm just wondering, how we quantify that. And then, of course, the tactics of how to fund it relative to the 20 by 30. So anybody can answer this for staff, whatever, but, I'm not sure you've come up with a number to get all this done. Oh, he has? Okay, good.
So we quantified this in the April 2021 impact analysis. And these were very preliminary numbers. We need the part of the SCAP funding study that's in the work plan is to develop a more robust set of numbers that could be used for policy setting. But that plan found that if you were to finance these very large upfront capital costs over time, the total annual payment was in the ballpark of $50 million per year, with $40 million per year in benefits, most of which comes from electric vehicles. So this is an interesting dynamic that electric vehicles save a lot of money to the community. Building electrification costs money to make that transition.
Yeah.
By comparison, the community as a whole spends over $200 million per year on, and it's more now, $250 million per year on electricity and gas combined. So that net of $10 million per year is somewhere in the ballpark of a 5%, maybe 5 to 10% increase in the amount that the community, it would be equivalent to a 5 to 10% increase in the amount the community spends on energy. So the financial resources seem to be there, and I think there's some wide error bands around that number, but it's not 3 times or 4 times. It's some percentage increase. I think getting a good estimate together though, and determining how those bills are going to be paid, because ultimately the community will pay those bills no matter what, whether it's paid by individual people taking actions to invest in their homes, whether it's done through some kind of a taxation or carbon tax, or whether it's done through utility rates, the community will pay. It's just it's a matter of what direction or how the policy choices about how those funds are raised, if the community is going to move forward with it.
Yeah, it's just that the programs are going to have dollar signs on them, and we should just step up to that if we are going to be on a fast track, which we have to be, as everyone's saying. So, nobody who's making $60,000 is going to want to spend much money at all for the capital infrastructure. Correct. Sure. You start talking about payments like you're doing on the hot water heaters, hot water pumps, excuse me. That's a way to go. So that's the kind of thing that I'm sort of just putting on the table that we have to get serious about. I know you are. Again, I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying, to me, that's the constraint. I don't think I can get most of my neighbors to say, if we do this, we're going to look good to other cities, notwithstanding the reality of what, Councilmember Vinker and Bert just said. That's a good thing to be a leader in the country, but it's got to be more practical of how can I put this thing in? Even in affluent neighborhoods, when some of these things cost $8,000, $10,000, $15,000, that's not just something that's, on the kitchen table that you're going to go out to dinner with. So I'm just concerned about that relative to committing to the work plan and committing to our citizens that no problem, this is going to happen because we have it in the work plan. And you're going to change a lot of things in the work plan in the next 5 years, just as we do in budgets. No question about that. But that's sort of one thing I think we have as an assignment is to give the city confidence that, there's going to be enough of this program money to help out in some way. So that's just kind of a suggestion.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you guys for your work on this. Looks very exciting. A few questions. First question is on, let's see, page 28 of 148. I guess this item 14, staff report, page 45. My question on that page is, does the city's greenhouse gas inventory include scope 3 GHG emissions? Does staff know?
No, it does not.
Okay. And then my second question. And it's still, I don't think, seen the light of day.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
This is one of those areas, and if we have someone from transportation on board with more current information, it'd be helpful to jump on. But this is one of those items that has been moving a little bit more slowly because of staff capacity issues.
I believe we received a report that staff concluded that the market has shifted from one in which companies are willing to entertain no cost arrangements with cities to one in which cities need to pay for the service. And so ultimately, I believe it's at the point of being a budgetary issue on choosing to proceed with a funded program.
I see. And we're talking about the ones where there's not a dock, right? There's like, we just park them at the Caltrain station. Those they're charging for those, like Lime and Bird and stuff like that. They're charging for to place scooters or to let people scooters off there. Because I thought for them there's just a zoning thing.
Yeah. Do you have transportation folks here on this? Okay.
Yeah, let's see if we can get someone from transportation. Sylvia Starlack.
She's on, but she's not a panelist.
She needs to be promoted to panelist, please.
Okay, because I can understand them charging us for like the docks, right? But the dockless ones, I don't quite understand why they would. So I'd be surprised if they're charging. And then, yeah, so will you get me an answer on that one? The last one here is, so on slide 21, you show 2/3 of our greenhouse gas emission is transportation. And that makes sense, but that's pretty much consistent with what I've heard before. But on slide 9, I just looked at that and it just seems like, I mean, I wonder, just during COVID, I mean, we must have seen, and even now, post-COVID, because I think a lot of people are still working from home, I would imagine that our commuter traffic has been reduced at least by 20%, if not more. And so I just wonder, given that the lion's share of our carbon is actually transportation, should we just not push harder there? Because just a little bit there, like right now the VMT goals are like 12%, which to me seem very modest, right? I mean, it's, 7 years away. And, a lot more people are Zooming. I mean, I know I'm certainly am. A lot of people are working from home, right? And, or doing hybrid. And so I'm just kind of wondering whether, pushing a bit harder there would be more fruitful because it's the bigger share, and the technology trends in that direction anyways. With hybrid, Zoom, everyone working remotely, virtual offices, right? So I guess it just struck me as the transportation goals seem to be rather modest compared to like some of the other stuff is like really hard, like virtually all single family gas appliances. And I mean, I love that too, but it seemed like a really big lift, right? Trying to get everything versus what if that VMT went up to 15% or 20%, right? I mean, seems very plausible to me versus trying to get 100% conversion of anything, right?
I don't think it's either or, it's and.
No, I know that, but I'm saying maybe the end could be more on the transportation side because that's the line share. And because it's a bigger share, you don't need as much of a percentage increase. These
Yes.
other ones, you need like a much bigger lift to get the same kind of impact because it's a much smaller percentage of our carbon. So I guess I'm just looking at the goals here and I'm thinking, it just seems like, and the technology trends are already kind of in the favor of doing more remote online type stuff anyway. So it just seems kind of puzzling why there's not more ambitious goals around transportation.
So part of that is it takes a long time to get transportation infrastructure built and funded. Part of that it takes a long time to replace a gas-powered fleet to electric vehicle. Part of that is despite what we might think. Oh, and Sylvia can also provide answers to this and your previous question, which is in 2019, before the pandemic, our work from home percentages were 9.7%. And in 2021, it was better, but it was still only 16%. So the amount of people working from home isn't as large as we thought it would be. And the Google EIE data is showing that while in 2020, we did have a 20% drop in vehicle miles traveled, the transportation-related emissions are slowly coming back. And we anticipate that our transportation-related emissions in 2022 are going to be higher than 2021.
Okay.
And we'll ask Sylvia now to answer the question about the scooter share.
Yeah, I think I'm going to need to hear that question again. I'm so sorry. I didn't hear the whole question about scooter share, but just to tag on to what Christine said about the trends in transportation and Councilmember Tanaka's question about why can't we push harder on transportation. Part of that has to do with our land use, frankly. We can only reduce our VMT up to the point that our land use allows us. We all live in a land use and transportation environment that unfortunately for some people or a lot of people forces them to have to drive. So the big move in reducing VMT for many places in the Bay Area is to reduce that distance between the places that people live and the places that they go. So housing is a big one. The other, and what was the question? I'm so sorry, about dockless scooter share?
Yeah, I think the city manager was saying that that the scooter share companies are charging us to allow them to place their scooters at our Caltrain station. And I just found that really surprising. I mean, I can understand for docked scooter shares and bikes, but for dockless, that's very surprising.
Yeah, it's not about placing them at stations or anywhere. It's about bringing them to a city. They don't find certain city environments to provide enough of a profit for them. And so they're now asking for subsidies. Certain environments and certain suburban environments for them don't provide that. But we will talk to them, and if there are, it's like many things in transportation, scale really matters. So if we were to figure out a way to partner with other jurisdictions nearby, and we had a bigger scale bike share or scooter share program, it might make more financial sense, and they might ask for less money or no money. It's about the market that they can see.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time.
Thanks.
I have well, first I want to thank all the individuals that were named in one of the reports. There was a big team that worked on this sustainability plan, and it's actually pretty thorough and interesting information. So thank you, and also to the community members and stakeholders for all the input. But to staff, thank you. I wanted to ask, So I agree with Councilmember Lowing, when he asked a question about funding, right? So I think we need to have an idea of what that is. And if I understand correctly, based on the report, what you said of the 50 some million and so forth, that's based on today's dollars, right? So I think also an estimate of what it's going to be, the dollar for the future years might be something that would be important to include as well. Because we constantly get shocked, when the time comes and the number has increased substantially. The other thing is on packet page. This addresses zero waste, right? But it was able to give the approximate percent of GHG emissions associated with the flow of materials through the economy from extraction and harvest of materials and food. So it gives a percentage. I was just kind of wondering when you are working on one product, for example, EV chargers, right? Do you calculate or provide a percentage of what the origin of that charger would be, and then the installation? So the materials that was used to manufacture it and produce a percentage of what GHG emissions would be from birth, and then contrast it to what it does, the benefits of it. Because first it does produce GHG, and then later on there are the benefits associated when we're using it. Do you take into consideration those numbers and providing it as well?
No, that's not something we've done yet. Again, that would go into scope 3 emissions, which are not part of our analysis today.
I see. Well, then I'll look forward to that. The other thing is, I just want to say thank you very much for including the natural environment in this. As I said time and time again, sustainability climate action plan is not whole until you have the natural environment in this. One of the things I just want to mention in terms of the BIO, I lost that now. When you have water percolating down, oh gosh, where did it go?
Green stormwater infrastructure,
Yes.
perhaps?
Thank you. So that, when you say it was going to be incorporated into municipal projects, how do you see that happening?
Well, that's already happening to some degree now. Some projects actually have regulatory requirements to include it, and those get included. But we have funding in the storm drain fee that is paid, the rate to support green stormwater infrastructure. And we already look for opportunities to apply that funding to add GSI features in projects, even where they're not required.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. I think that's all my questions. Yep, that's it. Oh, Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wonder if the maker and seconder would be open to an amendment to acknowledge one of the public comments that we ought to direct staff to come back September 1st with a financial projection on what the scope 3 set of things might cost roughly. Is there any interest in that?
I'm not even sure what you're asking, whether the cost of doing a scope 3 analysis, is that what you're? Which my understanding is that the methodology is not adequately established yet.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So there's no way for us to estimate
what our scope 3 impact is?
The Berkeley, there was a Berkeley Labs project a few years ago where they estimated the scope 3 emissions of all Bay Area cities. But the methodology they use basically takes average salary and uses income levels to estimate scope 3. So it's very inaccurate. And currently there is no standardized methodology for calculating scope 3 emissions. So it's kind of like the wild, wild west.
But I will say that is being worked on by many academics, and it's on the horizon.
I don't see any more lights. Shall we conduct the vote, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Awesome. And that concludes item number 14. And we have no lights. Meeting adjourned.